pretty much on time. This is going to be mostly a lecture and question and answer today, called Roadkill Wise. If you came for something else, you're in the wrong place. I'm almost obsessive compulsive about having every class ever be something where everybody's doing it and all hands on. And today, this is like mostly lecture, which is not usually what I do. At the same time, I woke up so excited this morning because I think this is some of my favorite information out there. And yeah, I'm just really, it's so good. I'm so excited to tell it all because it's been so hard won by me over years. It really took me so long to learn, and I'm ever learning. And I feel like it's stuff that's not easy to learn, in our culture at least. So it's a lot. We're going to take a lot of breaks, hopefully, because it's like a lot to digest. So I'll have visuals. I really recommend, if you are that kind of person, if you have paper, if you want to write things down, because it's just a lot of information. Hopefully there's some little recordings going on. Hopefully a recording will come out of this. So after the fact, hopefully I'll be able to send everybody a digital file of the whole thing, and then you can rewatch it if you feel like you missed stuff. Hopefully that will work. Yeah, because it's a lot. Does anybody need paper and not have it? A little book. Okay. Yeah, so today, I think my ideal version of this class was we will process, learn all this stuff in our brains and then do a lot of processing of animals in the afternoon. And that is so not happening in this weather anyway. Yeah, I just, so just even for learning, from a hide tanning perspective, so processing skins and hanging meat, which is a lot of what we're going to be talking about. This weather is the absolute opposite of what makes winter so great for animal processing season. This is just for a person like me, it's I can't do anything with this weather, which is wet, which is damp, which is wet. It's really the wetness and the dampness actually is worse for me than the warmth. It's the chronic wetness and dampness, and then the crazy warmth also is just oh my gosh. So not ideal. This would be frustrating weather for you guys to try practicing this stuff in. But yeah, I'll just say, I'm a person who probably never in a million years would have expected, if you asked Victoria 10 years ago, what do you think you're going to be doing later in life? I would never have ever guessed, I'm going to be really freaking into animal processing. I'm going to tan hides and be obsessed with meat. That would have been nowhere ever on my horizon. I was a yogi vegan, wanted to be a breatharian. I was so on the opposite end of that spectrum on the, by appearances. So this was a path that I didn't feel like I chose, and now I would never choose anything else. It's been a path that I get very excited about, that I love, that I feel teaches me every day and brings me closer to the things that make me feel alive. So any questions before we get started? Concerns? Okay, and this is feel free to just ask questions the whole time. We can stop, we can take breaks. This is interactive. Okay. There's a rabbit. There's a wild cottontail rabbit hit by a car. Okay. I already see that. Okay, so here's, oh no! Okay, that worked. We're off to a great start. Okay, so here's a younger Victoria, and this is Victoria when I was first, this photo on the top. That was the first fur that I ever skinned by myself, a fur bearer. And now it's this guy right here. And he has been with me. He's been my family member ever since then. He is on my body all fall and winter long, every single year after year. Like, I didn't know shit. Like, I'm literally in a basement. Like, I have all that bandana around my face because the smell to me at the time was so overwhelming that, like, I couldn't handle it. Like, I had to have that. I was like, how do people do this? Like, I'm so overwhelmed by the smell. Foxes stink more than other animals do. But it was intense for me. It was hard. I was like, oh my God, this is taking me 2 hours to even skin this animal. Like, I suck. I don't know what to do. Yeah, so this was like my early beginnings in like just processing roadkill. These were roadkills. It was probably one of my first like deer I processed alone in roadkill. And like I remember like this fox, like I remember skinning him. It's either this one or it was one before. Mangy and I, who was the person that taught me the basics of how to skin animals, we were processing a fox and, skinned it and, had a couple of the back legs like sitting on the table down in that workshop. We were both kind of looking at the legs like, And Mangy said to me, he was like, well, you think you want to eat it? And I was like, I don't know. How do we know if it's going to make us sick? I don't know. And he was like, yeah, I guess so. Looks pretty good though. Like it just looks perfect, We were like, yeah, looks pretty good. We both decided like, yeah, not worth it, I guess. We just don't know. And so like all the whole carcasses and the meat, for all my early time of, I guess the first year of me processing roadkill, I just take the entire carcass to the woods, give it to the woods. Really had no idea, right? And why? So what was going on in my head?
Germs.
Cold Mountain. Anybody seen Cold Mountain? Anybody seen this movie?
No.
Crazy I've seen it. Only Lee has seen it, God. No Southerners around here. Okay, so this is just it's an American Hollywood film, but it supposed to take place in the Southern Appalachians.
That's a book too, right?
It was based on a book.
Yeah, I think I read the book.
The movie came after the book. Basically, takes, what is it, Civil War time?
Yeah, right after, Civil War time.
Part of it's during the Civil War. So basically, one thing that happens in the film, so this is Jack White. He did a lot of music for the film too. Okay, so like these three vagabonds, it's wintertime, they are trying to stay away from the local mean guy who's trying to round up people in a mean way. And so it's the dead of winter, there's tons of snow on the ground. They go up a mountain to kind of hide out to sleep that night up on the mountain. And they get up there and they they build a fire in the woods. And then they see this deer like in the snow. It's a dead deer that's like frozen solid and it just like looks dead. And they look at each other and they're like, with that look of like, well, shall we eat it? Like, we're real hungry. And so presumably they do, because then it shows them around the fire, like eating. And then later on, they go to bed, night falls, and the next scene is, this guy, his name's Georgia, Jack White, wakes up just retching, just vomiting, right? He has to run into the bushes and he's just retching, he's just sick as a dog. Presumably, he has that look on his face of like, oh, it was the meat that we ate, And, in the storyline it works out because it just happens to be at a time when, the mean fellow from town and his friends on their horses ride up and they end up shooting the other two that were sleeping there. So Georgia is safe because he happened to be in the bushes retching and he gets to hide in the bushes. So in my mind, I just have Hollywood being like, oh God, well, they ate some meat and it was from a dead animal and they got really sick, How do you know? Because you just can't know if meat's gonna make you sick. And to this very day, I have no idea what they were getting at in this storyline. Mm-hmm. Like to this very day, sometimes I try to figure it out and I'm like, well, maybe they just got it completely wrong and nobody had any idea. But to this day, like I can't figure out any logic to it whatsoever. I just can't, unless, I can't.
He just needs saving, that's all.
Needs saving?
The guy needed to be saved.
Yeah, it was an important storyline twist. But I'm saying these are the Hollywood things that like get into our heads. Like, oh, this is how the world works. This is how meat works. You got to be careful. And this is what was in my head. This is why I wasn't eating that fox. So the question in my mind at first, of course, was like, how do you know if meat is bad or not? It's this huge mystery. How do you know? So I had to go on this big journey of learning about meat. And in my mind, I also had things like, you know, the early, like the Foxfire books and all these kind of old accounts of just like Appalachian hog dressing, you know. So, you know, there's the Foxfire books, and then there's still books and videos of like, still now, like these old Appalachian guys who are like, oh yeah, this is how we dress our hogs, and they're hanging up the hogs, and they're quartering them, and salt curing them, and sugar curing them. They do like a sugar cure. We rub them with all this stuff, and then they just hang them in the barn. Just hang the whole legs in the barn and eat off of it for a year or more. And I'm just like, well, what is going on there? Like, what is all these secrets? And if you ever read Foxfire, it's like, you know, there's so many great stories in there, and there's so little you can take from it to actually do yourself, because all the important details are left out for the most part. You know, and then we have movies and films and myths and Hollywood, and, you know, just every image of every house or cottage pre the modern era. There's just like hares and birds hanging in the kitchen. You know, there's just whole animals hanging around. Like, what is that about? Like, I need to know more about this, right? Okay, so then I had modern hunting culture. That was another place. Like, okay, well, that's a place to gather information. Was not a place for me to gather information. So, you know, this is when I even have an uncle. So this was actually when I had already been quite a roadkill eater and gatherer. I was at my cabin in the North Shore Mountains. And I think this was probably a weekend when I was probably like just tanning hides all weekend. I was probably like eating a stew of like slow cooked coon meat. He could have been talking to me as I'm like eating the delicious stew. And, you know, he's a deer hunter, and, you know, he would tell me to my face things like, oh yeah, in the wintertime, as soon as you shoot a deer, you gotta gut it immediately, and then pack the whole stomach cavity with snow to bring the body temp down as fast as you can so the meat doesn't spoil. You know, and I'm just like in the process of eating roadkill that is in animals that I've been the opposite of that and been doing that meal after meal forever. And just like, nothing about that makes sense. Like, nothing about that makes sense. And here's a grown man in his 50s, you know, living his whole life that way in the South, you know, telling me that to my face. And that's really common belief. So here's like I think this was from some just typical deer processor butcher website. So I just said cut and paste. This was just cut and paste right from their website. And they were talking about, you know, before you bring your deer to us, this is what they said. So preparation. Before you bring your deer to Clint's Cuts to be processed, there are a few preparations that should be taken to ensure your deer meat is fresh. Okay, number 1, be sure to field dress your deer properly and immediately. Failure to field dress a deer could result in additional fees or worse, spoiled meat. And by field dress, you know, it's like I assume they just mean taking all the intestines out. Like maybe they're fine with you leaving the heart. I don't really know. 2, if the deer is shot in warm weather, will be transported in a warm environment, or will be delivered to Clint's Cut Shop with delay, be sure to pack the deer with ice or store the deer in a large freezer. All right, so that's gonna make anybody be like, oh God, my deer is gonna spoil. This makes sense, obviously, for like a licensed butcher. Like, they have codes, they have to do things a certain way. And none of this is correct. Like, all this is completely erroneous, right? About what actually happens to animals. But this was, this is, one of the more dominant and available cultures in our society now for learning about wild game and wild meats and how meat works. So here's what I was thinking about. All right, so I have all these influences. I'm just gonna keep going back when that happens. Okay. It's a very cheesy photo, I know, to put that in there. So what was I thinking about? I'm thinking about buffalo. That's what I was thinking about. This is a very cheesy screenshot. Dances with Wolves. But, you know, it's an image of a pre-modern, you know, at least a vision of a pre-modern traditional buffalo hunt on the plains, North America. Okay. So, you know, I'm thinking about hunts of large herds of animals traditionally throughout all of time. You know, like the buffalo, where this isn't like, oh, you're just going out and hunting one animal and the whole family's eating it until it's gone, and then you go out and hunt another animal. This is like, okay, a whole tribe of people either following the buffalo herd or waiting for weeks or months for the migratory herds to come, right? Having a big hunting event where lots of animals are killed maybe in one day or a few days, right? And you have a whole prairie, basically, of enormous animals to process, right? And to process right away. I'm like, all right, how, you know, and people, and the whole tribe's eating at them for weeks, processing them for weeks. And I'm just like, all right, something's missing here. Like, if this is the way humans have operated for most of the human story on Earth, like, something is missing in my understanding of how meat works, right? And then if people could do this very easily year after year, right? And this would be, you know, they might, you know, have hunts and be able to store all the meat for their whole year or for at least a whole season, right? From these isolated hunts, right? So obviously there was some meat preservation going on that I didn't understand. So that's what I was chewing on in my brain a lot. That's not what what do I want to talk about here? Yeah. Okay, so this would be more, right, and, you know, on the same vein of that, for the most part, in most traditional cultures throughout most of the world, it's a generalization, but a true broad one, is that it's mainly the women who are doing all that work, all the animal processing. So the dismemberment, the skinning, the dismemberment, the hide tanning, the garment construction, dismembering all the pieces of the animal, processing the sinew, processing just everything. And then processing all the meat and the preservation and the storage and the cooking, right? These massive jobs, massive labors, right? Massive. So, you know, here's an old photo of what looks like buffalo hides. You know, a group of women in the plains working on hides, and like, it's hard to tell, it's far away, but like probably meat back here drying. Probably buffalo meat. Okay. All right, so in my mind, you know, so I have like these two, I feel like I had these two choices at the time. You know, in my mind, I had who is going to be my muse, right? So on the one hand, it's like, I have these guys, and no offense to this handsome fellow here and his lovely deer, but you know, I could have chosen modern hunting culture and all of its wisdom and information, or I could have chosen the women of the buffalo. You know, so I had these two voices in my head, like the buffalo women and like Uncle Dean. And it's probably pretty obvious, like by my temperament, you know, which side I am more predisposed to want to hang out with. Since I had an entire teepee taking up my bedroom as a small child and wouldn't wear clothes, and right, so I chose to kind of keep listening to and following the voices of these women, however much I could hear in my head.
Oh, there's little Victoria. I did put that in there.
That's when I was actually wearing clothes. Had to wear clothes. That was my faux buckskin smock I wore every single day that I wasn't naked. Okay, so some other influences at the time for me were Yule Gibbons a little bit. You know, I'm a person who studied plants my whole life, so I was always would love to read Yule Gibbons, Stalking the Wild Asparagus. I think, you know, and he has books on wild game. He has books on wild, like fish and shellfish, sea creature food. But I think that it's actually in the back of Stalking the Wild Asparagus. I can't quite remember. It's been years since I opened that book. But I think it's actually in the back of that, or one edition. like he has a few chapters on like how he likes to cook possum in order to make it taste not gamey, and you know, like a chapter on how carp can be really good, but like him kind of dismantling some of the biases at the time that still exist now about like, well, you can't eat carp, it's a trash fish, or like, oh, you can't eat carnivore meat, it sucks, or you know, you can't cook possum, you can't get the gaminess out, you know. So he was kind of dismantling some of that. And what he wrote, I found it interesting at the time. Like I don't think I was yet in the animal processing phase of my life yet, but it definitely like started my gears moving. Kind of an inspiring fellow. Okay, and then anybody know this guy? Heard of this guy? Hank Shaw.
Oop, slide one. Sorry.
Hank Shaw. Anybody use his stuff?
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, some of you do. So he was a little bit inspiring for me at the time. He was it's great. I really recommend checking him out. This is his website: hunter, angler, gardener, cook. Which kind of reveals he's a hunter, he's an angler, he's a forager, he's a gardener. So he's like a chef. You know, his passion is food, and he has this amazing website. You know, for years and years, this has been his work, and he makes so much of it available free online with beautiful photography, a lot of his recipes, and how he's processing wild meats and game and fish and plant foods, and he's whipping them up into like, you know, like mouth-wateringly beautiful, amazing meals. Which is not me. I'm like the simplest cook on the planet, so he's a little beyond me. I'm kind of like, oh, take some, leave them. But you know, years ago when I was first encountering him, you know, he has a lot of books, and I remember reading some of his writings about his journey with understanding meat the old-fashioned way. And this is someone who hunts and fishes all of his meat for the whole year for him and his wife. They don't buy anything, meat-wise, fish-wise. So, you know, he processes a lot and hunts a lot and cooks a lot. And he talked about, you know, that he had to find as many old writings as he could get his hands on about old-fashioned ways of meat processing and hanging, and stuff that talked about like, oh, when you would go over someone's house for dinner, you would know what's for dinner as soon as you open the front door, because you would smell it, because it would stink so strongly, because they would hang the animals for so long until they smelled so strong, hang them in the basement, that they were pungent as heck, you know, and crazy stuff like this, and hanging animals with totally ungutted, with everything, all the intestines, organs in them, hanging them for a long time, no refrigeration, and you know, he's reading this stuff and he's like, what the heck? You know, what the heck? And he's on his journey and he's learning all that and integrating that. And he does, you know, he has great books on meat. And like, I think he does talk about charcuterie in some of his books probably, which is a little more advanced. That's like beyond the basics we're talking about today, but like, you know, I have some friends who do really beautiful charcuterie in the mountains, just home scale. But that's like, you know, you get the nice molds on the salamis and like the prosciutto. You know, like you just get the fancy aged meats. But he's a great resource. He was somebody that got my gears cranking years ago. And then Sandor Katz, I'm sure a lot of you know. He's the ferment guy. You know, most hippies in this country have this big orange book somewhere in their house. It's like the fermenting Bible. And even he in that book, you know, he had a small section on fermenting meat and fermenting fish. Like weird. You know, especially like, you know, these old, you know, particularly like old Mediterranean methods of like fermenting like the mullet fish of the Mediterranean. Like just like stinky fermented fish mushes, you know, that people would have traveled with a lot throughout the Mediterranean to preserve fish. And ways of fermenting meat that are like, I mean, when you read this stuff, you're like, no, wait. This goes against everything we should know about how meat is safe. You know, like, whoa, what the heck? You know, making these really pungent, stinky, fermented, aged, you know, wet meat and fish stuff. So that was really weird. So like, okay, whoa. There really is a lot more to this. I'm missing a lot of pieces. But really, gosh, like the biggest help and influence in my entire path of understanding meat is this guy.
Yep.
Like really, if I could recommend, where did he go? Miles! Like if I could recommend one book or one person for everything I'm going to talk about today, like this guy, this writer. And his first book is right here. Right, so he wrote this book, Unlearn, Rewild, which I'd heard of and I totally stayed away from for years. Cause like, oh, I hate that word, rewild. I'm not gonna read some book about rewild. Like, you gotta be kidding me. And then I had a friend of mine really urged me. He was like, no, you really should read that book. Like, he talks about like sun dehydrating blood and saving it, dehydrating eyeballs and saving it. Like, you really should read it. And I was like, oh, really? It talks about dehydrating blood and eyeballs. Like, oh, that's really interesting. Yes. Right, and I like read this and I like could not put it down. It's like, oh my gosh. And it's really, you know, it's not all about meat. You know, it has different sections. It just has one section on primitive meat preservation. And that was really, I think, the most important catalyst for me in finally understanding how meat works, the science of meat and meat aging. This is a fellow out in the Pacific Northwest, I think Washington State. Kind of living like a lot of my weird vagabond people, and I could have lived just like off-grid, squatting, living in kind of these primitive or anarchist communities in the woods and eating lots of roadkill and foraging. And so everything he writes about is stuff that he's just lived for years. So it's extraordinarily helpful. And I also wrote another book, The Compassionate Hunter's Guidebook, which I have there too, which is just specifically about deer, like all the different parts of the deer. And really, you know, everything from like how to tan and preserve the stomach, which is really difficult, to, you know, all the other parts. And I've had that book for years. I haven't even read most of it. Highly recommend Miles Olson's books. And so what I was mainly starting to learn and understand was something called meat aging, also sometimes just called hanging. It's the same thing. I'm talking about the same thing. I'm talking about meat aging or meat hanging, just hanging. And hanging is now this huge part of my life. Okay, so what I mean is like literally hanging the animal. That's it. That's really it. Okay? So these are photos I found online. This is like some famous market in London. It's a farmer's market. You know, it's just a place people go and buy food. So these are probably some tourism photos. This is just one of the stalls at the farmer's market. You know, just a bunch of animals hanging up. There's nothing else. Like, what you see is what you get. You know, and this is modern day. This is now. Okay? And, you know, there's rabbits and all kinds of birds. One big deer. And like, you know, maybe the deer has been gutted. That looks possible. You can maybe see. All right, maybe the guts have been taken out of the deer. Still has the skin on, but like all these birds, whole, like they haven't been gutted. Just hanging. Like maybe they were killed that day. Maybe they were killed a week before. I don't know, right? And this would be just normal. You would see the same thing all over a lot of Asia, at least. Maybe not now, but. Okay, so what is actually, yeah, you know, with all this stuff, you're like, okay, well, what's going on? Okay, how is this possible? Because everything in our modern culture tells you this is not possible. And what's going on? It's enzymes. That's what's going on, enzymes. Okay. So what's happening with meat aging is basically this. So there are naturally occurring enzymes in muscle tissue, okay, which is the protein fibers of meat. Naturally occurring enzymes start to break down the connective tissues, those tough connective tissues between the protein fibers that make meat tough. Okay, as soon as an animal dies, those enzymes go to work, breaking down those tough connective tissues, okay? And let's see. Yeah, so if you can just imagine, okay, it's a breakdown process. It's a rotting, it's an aging process. Like everything goes through aging processes. So what would you imagine would affect the speed of that breakdown process?
Warmth.
Exactly, temperature, just like most other things. When you're fermenting wine or composting, right? The warmer it is, the faster an aging process tends to happen. The colder it is, the slower it tends to happen, right? That's really the main thing that affects the speed of meat aging. Okay, so what happens? Yeah, and what happens when meat ages? So for one, it's breaking down those tough connective tissues, connective fibers, and what that means is that number one, as meat ages, it's becoming more tender, right? It's becoming less tough. It's breaking down those tough connective tissues, the enzymes. Becoming more tender to eat and more digestible, right? So sort of, it's like pre-digesting, right? It becomes more digestible for us. All right, so even now, like commercial beef, it's all aged, it's all hung. Like if it weren't, it would be like eating a rubber tire if we like tried to buy beef and eat it. Like it would really be like so tough you can't even eat it, right? It's just that it's all done very controlled, like in these giant freezers, like probably a degree above freezing for exact amount of days, Like you can watch commercials and like, this is our whatever beef aged 21 days, like they say that. So this is all happening, even now. This is normal. It's just been taken out of the home. So I was learning this stuff gradually, and I learned best from reading and doing. That's just how I've always learned best. That's what I did. So I would, read, research some things, and then kind of try it a little bit, and then over the end try it a little bit more and see what happens. And then do a little bit more, and then do a little bit more. Like I had to ease into it. So I think I actually had these photos still from years ago. And all, like, everything I'm talking about today has taken place in, like, the last 6 years for me. Like, this is not this, like, long life I've lived. Like, this is all just in the last 6 years. And, before this story here, like, I was eating wild meats at this point, I think. I was heavily salting them, like, going overboard, which I'll talk about later. Like, salting them to death because I was so paranoid about them going bad. So this was my first time. They didn't do salt. I was just, I'm gonna do this whole mysterious aging thing. I'm just gonna do it. So I was walking down the street one day. I was in the North Georgia mountains in the country there, at my cabin there, and I would go on these long walks every day. And I came upon a deer in the ditch, just by happenstance. And it was a lot like this winter. Like it'd been a really mild, damp winter, really mild, and it was damp and drizzly that day. So like this deer, like it could have been there a few days, it could have been there a week. Like it wasn't even like a fresh looking deer. Like the eye socket, like the eyes were way like sunken in and mummified. Like either the guts had exploded or animals had gotten to the back of the deer. So like the whole back and anus was like exploded. Like it was bad looking back there. Like it was like, whoo, and the deer was like wet. And I was just way out there on a walk. So it was just looking pretty rough. So, I just had like a little pocket knife. So I just took the 2 front legs of the deer. Just hair on, just cut the 2 front legs, which I'll talk more about. But, even on a deer, even if a deer is in really bad shape, usually the 2 front legs are always in great shape. So they're kind of, at the very least, you can always take the 2 front legs. So, and then I, walked my couple of miles home carrying these still extremely massive, heavy deer legs with lots of onlookers, even in the country, where there's very little traffic. I actually had people call the police on me in the North Georgia mountains for walking around barefoot all day long. In North Georgia! Come on! They thought I was some homeless gypsy, which I guess they are correct. So here's this deer. It could have been dead. The whole deer itself could have been aging for a few days or a week at least in mild weather, mild damp weather. I cut off the legs, I bring them home, I hang them. These are the legs. I think I moved them to a garage where it was a little bit cooler, but like the temperatures were like would go from like the 60s in the day to like maybe the 40s at night, like really mild. And, you know, here was, you know, pretty fresh looking meat, just cut off the animal. And I didn't salt them. I'm just gonna let them hang, see what happens. And that's what I did. And I'd sort of watch them, you know, and every day, every few days, maybe like cut off a hunk of meat and cook it and just see how it was. Next few days, cut off a little hunk of meat and see how it was. And like, let's see how the smell changes. Like, is it becoming more tender or not? How does it cook differently? How is the age starting to look? How is the meat starting to look differently? Right? And that's kind of how I recommend doing everything. Like any kind of fermenting or anything. You gotta like, they're art forms. Okay? I'm not gonna like give you recipes for it, or you will be incapable of actually doing this in real life. Right? If you just try it, you get feedback from your meat or your wine or your kraut. So that's what I did. And so there's the same thing. These are fox legs. Actually, those were heavily salted. You can see what's starting to happen. So these, you know, same deal. These have been hanging, or maybe hanging for a few days at least already. They're starting to look a little different. This is a different year. I think that was in like colder, dry weather. And here's the deer legs. Okay, so these are the little pieces of meat. Portions for me. All right, so here's the outside, these dark color, and I would just like cut off a little piece. Right, and that would be the inside of the meat. The outside is getting really dark, almost purple, really dark, and kind of drying like that. Like if you touch that, it's dry. It's getting a little bit harder, almost like a crust on it. And the inside is this soft red meat. So I was doing this for like 3 weeks, at least 2 full weeks in mild weather on these deer legs. And this is with the skin with the hair was on the whole time, you know. And even some like mold would start to grow a little bit on some of the exposed outside of the meat. You know, like, okay, well, I heard you're supposed to like wipe it off with vinegar and then just keep going, and I would do that. So it was really damp. You know, just like every day or two, just cut off the meat I was gonna eat for that day and just eat, you know, cook my meat that day and eat it. And so it's like gradually just cut off what I'm gonna eat as I'm eating, you know. I quickly realized, like, wait a minute, nothing's going wrong. This is really easy. And in fact, this meat is really tender. This wasn't a young deer. It was a full-sized doe, I think. So there's no reason for it to, you know, front legs, like that's like the tougher meat. It's not, you can't just make a steak out of that. You gotta like slow cook those. But some of these I wasn't slow cooking. I was like cooking them in a pan, and they were coming out really, especially after 2 weeks, they're coming out really tender, and the flavor was changing. They were getting like a muskier flavor, but it was really good. And I was like, oh gosh, this is a lot easier than I expected. I think after 2 weeks, you know, in mild weather, so maybe this deer was 2 weeks old or 3 weeks old by that time, I was just starting to get a little bit like, okay, like I think I've had enough of my experiment. And I was, you know, whatever was left, which was maybe one leg, I just butchered the rest of it. So I skinned it. So this was after 2 weeks. You can see the meat that was exposed to the air darkened. There's even like a little bit of green mold happening there. The hair isn't even falling out. And the meat underneath looks darn good. It looks fresh. You know, there's some like road rash bruises on there. And I just kind of like either cooked the rest of it that day or like cut up the rest, and maybe I had a little bit left that I froze just for my own peace of mind. And yeah, so, you know, just cut off all the rest of the meat that I wanted. Even just busted open the marrow and the bones. Smelled good. Marrow looked good, smelled good. I had been reading Miles Olson, so I knew like, he eats this shit raw. He eats all of this stuff raw. So I tasted the marrow raw. It was good. It was fine. Never got sick. Cooked the rest of the marrow. Ate it. Nothing went wrong. So that was really my first like real dive into like, okay, I'm not using salt. I'm using 0 preservatives. I'm just doing this how these old-fashioned people have written about it. It was easy. It was easy as crap, in fact. So I kind of started running with it after that, I gotta say, after my little laboratory experiment. And I want to talk about Juliet. Okay, and Juliet, anybody know Juliet Levy? Juliet of the Herbs.
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Probably one of my greater inspirations in life, period. One of the few people I really consider my entire life to be in the lineage of, and I owe her a lot. I owe a lot of the things I do in my life to her. She was a European woman who is considered the grandmother of Western herbalism in the United States. This was a woman who her career was mainly like in the 1930s, 40s, 50s. She was a veterinarian and a herbalist, as she would say, a herbalist, the wild herbs and the animals. And she was a badass woman. And she lived in Europe in a time when herbalism had nearly died out all across Europe. Traditional herbal medicine in Europe had died out, except for amongst the gypsies, which are many, many different family groups of many different tribes of gypsies throughout, talking about like the Tinkers, all the way up into Ireland and England, the English gypsies she would live with, all of the gypsy groups throughout Western Europe to Eastern Europe, the Berbers of North America, or the Berbers of North Africa, and the Bedouins of the deserts. So all these different nomadic groups that she lived with and learned from, because they all still had intact traditions for living that involved depending on their animals for everything, right? So most of these people, at least throughout Europe, were wagon people. So they were horse people, right? And a lot of these family groups were horse traders by trade. So they really, really, really knew how to keep horses healthy and happy. And their whole survival depended on their horses and their hounds. Like gypsies throughout Europe were known to have the best hounds in the world. The healthiest, the happiest, the sharpest hounds, cats, all other animals. So they still knew how to use all the wild herbs for medicine, for humans and for animals. So she learned all of that over time by living as a nomad and learning from the gypsies, and using it in her life to heal animals and people for her entire life. And so she brought that herbal wisdom. She wrote books. She brought that herbal wisdom to the United States. She traveled here and back and forth. Super, super influential human in terms of modern day herbalism. Even she knew how to do this with me. So she was a lifelong vegetarian, and her 2 children that she raised along the way as a nomad, lifelong vegetarians. But she raised hounds, these Afghan hounds. Okay, and this is the woman who is the founder of holistic veterinary medicine, a field that still exists today, which is really focused on diet for dogs and cats and farm animals, right? About diet as medicine for healing animals. So she was very, very strict about her dietary codes for raising her Afghan hounds. She was a bit of a dog freak. She was obsessed with dogs. She loved them. She always traveled with an Afghan hound. And so for her, that included a whole foods diet that includes raw meat. Modern hippie veterinary medicine with animals has really lost touch with her original writings and beliefs. Where she wasn't preaching like all raw meat, only raw meat to dogs. She was teaching a completely omnivorous diet to dogs that includes raw meat, but many other things as well, and zero cooked meat or fish as much as possible. And she's this woman who's living, in our modern terms, totally off grid. Like she's living in caves, she's living in cottages, she's traveling constantly and raising dogs. So I didn't actually know this. I didn't read this until like last year or something. And she has a lot of books. This is in her book for dogs and cats, her herbal wisdom for dogs and cats, she would say. And she actually talks about this meat aging in here. So she's talking about burying meat, okay? So usually she would just have one dog. You can imagine all the work to feed one animal a really natural diet. She says, 15 Afghan hounds including the puppies, was the largest number of dogs that I ever kept at one time. And that number was too many. Still, I was able to have raw meat available for them always, including the hottest months of summer, for I used the ancient Eastern way of burying the meat in the ground in a shady place. And she goes on, and I'm gonna read a couple paragraphs. Okay, this is what she's saying. This was Juliet, a very opinionated little nutso woman I adore. Okay, so she is feeding, she's traveling, living with enough raw meat at a time to feed 15 hounds. So she's saying the meat must be free from all fly eggs, for otherwise these eggs will hatch out, even after deep burial, and will spoil the meat. If fly blown, all the eggs must be scraped off carefully, and the cleansed meat then patted over with a swab of cotton, dipped in vinegar. If these eggs are seen in patches on the meat, a crowd of minute, elongated white specks. She goes on to talk about the eggs, getting rid of maggots, blah, 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 blah. And then she says, the pit dug should be a deep one for sufficient coolness during hot weather, and the floor should be lined with tree branches or slabs of stone. Tree branches or slabs of stone should also be placed over the meat before replacing the soil. These will protect the meat against oversoiling, so that not that a little soil matters when it's clean. This burying method keeps the meat well and also ripens it. A gypsy told me how his people ripen apples, wild crab apples, by digging pits in the ground, lining the pits with straw, and placing the apples therein. Apples can be kept for months that way. She goes on to talk about other methods that people were doing at the time of like brushing like the whitewash, the like lye that people would whitewash their houses with, brushing that on meat, raw meat, and hanging it in a shady tree in the summertime, and people keeping meat for weeks or months that way. And this is like the 1940s, and for a number of decades. So this was normal stuff she was doing and living with, and most of the nomads of Europe were doing while they were still nomadic. Before most of these groups got forced into settlement starting around the 60s and 70s, right, when nomadism really became illegalized all over Europe, and a lot of these peoples and cultures lost their cultures and their life patterns. So even Juliet was doing this. Okay, so at this point, I'm like, okay, what actually makes meat go bad? Does anybody have a guess, or anybody, or they already know?
Maggots.
Okay, is it maggots? Any other guesses?
You'd guess bacteria in some sense?
Bacteria in some sense. We're good. Okay, we're gonna go through it. So one, you can imagine there's such a thing as overaging. And like I've said, aging is an enzymatic process, an enzymatic breakdown process, where these naturally occurring enzymes in meat are breaking down the tough connective tissues between the fibers. Just like wine, we age wines so that, over time, maybe the tannins break down. Wine aging is really just a glorified rot. It's a slow rotting of the wine. Alcohol is a preservative, but everything eventually, over a long timeline, goes bad. But with wine, there's a certain timeline where we're like, oh, it's aging and it's getting better, until it's getting better and better and better, until it reaches this point, where we as humans are like, oh, it tastes the best, it's at its prime. And then at a certain point, it hits that point, that year, but it continues to age after that. And for whatever wine it is, we as humans are like, oh, but after that, it actually starts to go downhill. The wine starts to be less, it's breaking down too much, right? Maybe the color starts to turn brown, the taste isn't as good. So there's this natural aging, of wine, where we're like, oh, it's getting better and better and better, we like it. And now it's aging too much, and we're like, it's not poisonous at that point, it's just like, it doesn't taste as good anymore, we don't like it as much, right? So it's really a matter of preference. It's the same, it's really kind of the same with meat, right? So as the meat is aging, it's getting softer. It's also drying out, but it's getting softer, right? So you can imagine, like, at a certain point, it's getting too mushy for your palate or too pungent smelling. You might be like, I just don't like it as much. Or it's just turning to mush and you're just unappealed. You're just like, yeah, it looks gross, it smells gross. But it's not actually, we're not actually talking about a health hazard here necessarily. It's very interesting. So overaging would be like, it's just too far gone. It's like if you have kraut and the kraut goes too long. First it's nice and crunchy. If it goes forever, it just gets mushier and mushier and mushier and mushier, right? It's not gonna like hurt you if you eat it, but you're like, it's gross. You don't like it.
Would maybe not nourish you either? That tends to be my guess. If it seems less alive, it's like not going to do you as much good or serve your life as much.
Perhaps, and it depends on the person. Like, some people like their kraut a lot older, mushy, and some people like it fresh.
Crunchy.
Right, and at a certain point, and maybe we're saying, okay, that is like rotten, but not like something that's really going to make you sick necessarily. Like maybe if you're sensitive to it, it'll give you a stomach ache or something.
But if the enzymes have dissolved whatever, then what's left? Is that make it available then to your body, or is it go somewhere else? We don't know. Okay.
Turns to mush.
Turns to mush. I'm just wondering if it was bioavailable mush or not.
Good question. Yeah, it's a really good question. I don't know. I imagine there's always something nourishing in there. But really, I'm focusing on like health hazard. Like, where is the actual health risks involved in this? So number 2 is flies, which Very said, right? So what's so bad about flies? Because Julianne said
I was listening.
she's very vehement about like things she calls varmints, like flies and rats. She gets really vehement about in her writings. So yeah, what's the deal with flies? Why are flies so bad?
They're disease.
Right, so we were taught that like, okay, flies like they land on all different stuff. Maybe they're landing on piles of shit and then they're landing on our food, so therefore they're transferring bacteria around. So that's why we don't want flies landing on our stuff, which is like, yeah, like how many people have like eaten food at a picnic that some flies have landed on? You're like, get away.
Don't they eat it for you?
I have.
I thought they just ate it instead of you.
So are flies eating the meat?
The maggots?
Right, the maggots are. So flies aren't eating the meat. They're like, flies are kind of a health risk because maybe they're transferring around bacteria. I think everyone in this world has eaten food that flies have landed on. I have eaten food with fly eggs on it before in my life, like lots of egg. Never got sick. But right, so what flies do is they lay eggs on any food that they like, and particularly meat and skins. They love. So if it's warm weather, flies are around. And if you're butchering and processing, they love to come in. They'll swarm, and they will lay 1 million little white eggs all over your meat and all over your skins. These little like grains of rice, but half the size. I mean, sometimes like a fur hide, if you leave it out in the sun in the summertime drying, like the entire free like reach in there, and it's just like globs and globs of fly eggs, just cluster. It just feels like they're everywhere. Like you would never get them all out, and it can happen so fast. And you're like, oh God, right? And what happens? So eggs hatch, maggots hatch out of them, which are baby flies. What's wrong with the maggots though? Why are they so bad?
Don't they eat the meat?
Right, so the maggots are eating the meat. Maggots themselves aren't really harmful. In fact, it's important to realize that maggots, they're actually one of the most magical creatures on Earth, in a way. Okay, so what maggots are able to do is take pure protein, so lean meat that has no fat, just protein, muscle fiber, okay? No fat, lean protein, maggots can eat it. Their bodies are almost pure fat. They're very high fat. Okay, that's a big deal. That's a really amazing alchemy. Okay, so, you know, in many cultures of the world, people eat maggots and many other insects and bugs. They're very high in fat, very nutritious. So, like, you ever heard of like stories of the Great Depression here in the US, like grandma and grandpa? Like, I've read accounts where people have said, they're like, oh yeah, my grandpa used to always, during the Depression, he would go downstairs to the root cellar, he would keep a little piece of meat down there in the cellar, and it would grow maggots on it. He would go down there in the morning and he would scoop off the maggots that had hatched that day and smear them alive on his toast in the morning and eat it like butter. And that's extremely wise, right? Because he's getting, at a time when there would be no butter, when fat would be so scarce, right? He is creating fat from a piece of lean meat. That's extraordinary. Okay. Has anybody heard of rabbit starvation before? Many people feel like they've heard that too. Okay. So this is the name of a phenomenon that I guess became named that when, like, in far northern places and Canada, the colder regions of this continent, when a lot of fur trappers particularly, and settlers, travelers, but mainly fur trappers, were like trapping animals all winter long, were traveling and hunting in those harsh winters, just hunting a lot of rabbit, and just at a certain point kind of living off of rabbit meat and dying. And you know, they could be maybe calorically eating enough calories in rabbit meat that they should be able to survive, but they're dying, right? So rabbit starvation is just a name for that phenomenon, which is actually a form of protein poisoning, right? It's because there's no fat in their diet. Even though they're getting as many calories as science would say that you need, because they're eating all lean protein, our bodies cannot function. Our brain cannot function. Nothing can function without fat. We die. So fat, you know, if you had a rabbit and maggots, you know, flies laid maggots on it, you can get fat. I mean, there's always fat in brain tissue, so I imagine they could have been eating the brain tissue. But so actually, you know, something to be appreciated and understood is the magic of producers of fat. So here's some screenshots I took from, so this is a tribe in Indonesia called the Mentawai, and I like study them because I study traditional tattooing, and they have an amazing tattoo culture. But this is, you know, I think they're out in the jungle and they're like cutting down a sago palm, which is what they eat, processed for starch for their diet. And they, you know, they find these great big grubs. They're big grubs. They're like this, and they give them to the kids, right? Because they're considered treats, you know, for the kids. And they just like pop them in their mouth. They're like, oh, that's a treat, right? And that's really common throughout a lot of the world. Is like foods that are really high fat and super high nutrition tend to be like treats for the children. So like testicles and big grubs and things like that our culture would be like, oh god, are like the treats for the kids, who just like give them as much nutrition as possible, like the best food there is, and the kids love it. You know, so these are like big grubs, just like popping them in their mouth, but essentially, you know, pure fat. So the trouble with flies is that maggots don't have internal digestive systems. So they can't digest anything in their bodies. So they throw up gastric juices onto the meat. Okay, they're throwing up gastric juices. Those gastric juices start to digest the meat and turn it into schloop. Disgusting schloop. Completely digested schloop. And then they can slurp it up and eat it. So they're externally digesting the meat and then sucking up the pre-digested meat schloop. Right, so that's why they're a problem, right? Because it's not the maggots even, it's the maggots' puke all over the meat that starts to massively digest it, you know, and then it just turns to mush, and it is just, you know, if you've ever come upon an animal that's completely infested with maggots, you know, it's like something out of a horror movie, like the whole animal's like moving like this with all the maggots inside of it breathing, Like it looks like the animal is coming back to life. Like it is intense. Happens in Florida in like the high heat. And you're like, whoa, that raccoon is not alive, but it looks like it. It's pretty intense. So that's why maggots are a pain in the butt from a butchering and tannering perspective. But they're only around in the warm weather. So that's why as soon as it gets cold, fall and winter, it's a dreamland for meat processing and high tanning. There's no flies. You don't have to worry about it. So great. Okay. There's also, like here in the southeast, like yellow jackets will also go after your meat when you're hanging it, and they do eat it. It's not that big of a deal because they'll just like nibble a little bit and then they leave, and like they're not gonna eat the whole thing, but they will get all over your meat. And they'll drink the blood, and the flies will drink pools of blood too.
Victoria,
Yes.
I don't want to derail, so if the question doesn't fit, we don't have to spend a lot of time on it, but
Go ahead.
I was wondering about the maggots that eat necrotic tissue and can like remove an infection from your body. Is that the same one?
I have no idea. I don't know anything about that. Wow. That's really interesting.
Talking about how magic they were, and I was like, well, the same. I thought that's where you were going.
That's a whole nother type of magic. I
Yeah.
don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know about that. Alright. So we're gonna answer this question, then we'll probably take a break. Okay, so, maggots predigest meat. It's like predigested meat. Again, like it's gross. You might get a little sick eating it maybe, I guess. But when it comes down to it, even still, that's not actually making meat like a super dangerous health hazard. I know it sounds crazy, but that's not actually what it is. Okay, so again to this question, like, okay, there's different things that can kind of make meat go off or very unappealing to us, but what actually makes meat truly dangerous to us and our health?
Mad cow disease.
Any disease, sure, any disease if you were eating raw meat. But if the meat wasn't diseased, if the animal wasn't diseased, it's a healthy animal, it's this. Plastic. I think I'm crazy. What happens when you put meat, so if you just hang a whole piece of meat that's whole and intact, and you're hanging it so there's airflow, it's whole, the meat will age, the outside of the meat will dry slowly over time. As soon as you take that same piece of meat and you in any way put it in an anaerobic environment, so you put it in any kind of container where it's sealed. You put it in Tupperware, in a glass jar, you wrapped it up in plastic. As soon as you put it in an anaerobic environment, that's just where oxygen is not flowing, it's trapped. As soon as you do that, once that meat continues to age in there and break down, it creates the ideal, perfect environment for certain kinds of bacteria to grow on the meat that are extremely harmful to us as humans. So like modern day packaging of meat, the way we do it now in grocery stores, creates the perfect environment for these bacteria to grow. Also, if you grind meat, right, if you put meat through a grinder, all of a sudden the meat isn't whole anymore, it has all these little air pockets inside of it because the meat's been ground up. And all those little air pockets in there are a bunch of little tiny anaerobic environments. Okay, so you can't grind meat and then just like let it sit on the table for 3 weeks. You can't continue to age it at that point because it has all those anaerobic environments in there. Okay. So, if the meat is really fresh and you just wrapped it up, it's still healthy and fine, but the longer it sits in there and starts to age, the more and more and more that bacteria is going to grow until it's just really covered. Right, so that's something that's really harmful. I won't get to that yet. So that's why in the modern era we have really, as a like the FDA and stuff like that, that's why there are strict codes on like you're supposed to cook meat and cook it hot and for this long. Because cooking the meat kills that bacteria, right? So any meat that's like slightly old or slightly older than fresh that's been in plastic, you do have to cook it and cook it well. And then it's fine. And then it's not a health hazard because the cooking kills the bacteria. That's why like if you're at a restaurant and you have to order a burger, which is ground meat, they always have to have that little thing on the menu that's like, if you ask us to cook your burger rare or medium rare, like it's your risk, because if that meat is a little bit old and it's not cooked thoroughly, like it could have, that's what they're talking about, is that type of harmful bacteria that could be growing on the meat. Okay, so that's one truly harmful thing about old meat. Number 2 is this thing. Okay, this parasite. I'm gonna say it, Trichinella spiralis. Okay, but this is the parasite that can sometimes be in pork. Okay, so it's a parasite that can just be in, it's not something you'll see with your naked eye. It's a parasite that can sometimes be in animal flesh, in the muscle meat of omnivores and carnivores, right? And pork is just our most common omnivorous animal meat in this country. That's why we hear. So this is why, and this is just naturally occurring. Like it's not that the pig is sick, it's not that it's unhealthy to eat. Like it's just a naturally occurring phenomenon that can exist in the muscle meat of omnivores and carnivores.
Is this the same parasite that's in deer sometimes you hear about?
No, with deer, like diseases that have been going through deer are something different, like a chronic wasting and stuff. Like this is something that can just be inherent to omnivorous and carnivorous animals. And this is just, as far as my understanding goes to this day. And this is why, like, standards for cooking pork in this country are very different than beef. It's like you can sear beef and have it bloody on the inside and eat it. But our standards for cooking pork are always to cook it thoroughly. And even like the center of the meat should be however hot, whatever that is. Like there's no such thing as like seared pork meat in our culture. Like it's always thoroughly cooked. Right? There's no such thing as pork jerky. Jerky is just raw dried meat. Right? You would never eat pork jerky. Okay, so it's not that like if you eat raw pork, you will get sick with a parasite. It's just a chance. The meat might have the parasite in it, it might not. So it's a big chance. The problem is that it's really serious. Like it can go to your brain and kill you. You can die of this parasite. It's a big deal. So what I do is and you don't know. So what I do is I simply treat all omnivores and carnivores like pork. I'm gonna processing them. Don't touch my face, I don't put my hands in my mouth. Like I'm just a little bit more conscientious, If it's a deer, we'll talk about more of that later. Technically, you need to eat it raw, eat all of it raw, dried raw, break open the bones, eat the marrow. You need to eat that whole freaking animal raw. Very different for omnivores and carnivores. Okay, so we're just like separate, all of a sudden all the animals are separated now. Omnivores and carnivores, and ruminants, and we're going to talk more about that.
Can I talk more about that for 1 sec?
Yes.
Is that the same, is that the cause of cannibalism concern?
No, those are prions.
I'm sorry?
Those are prions.
Something different?
Yeah, they're like proteins, not bacteria or parasites.
Thanks.
What are prions? Or like what happens when
They're proteins that are misfolded. So like proteins have a specific way that they get folded up, and a prion is a misfolded protein that then can interact with the proteins in your body and cause them to misfold.
Wow.
And like Creutzfeldt-Jacobson syndrome and mad cow disease are the 2 most famous ones. But they're not caused by yeah, they're like you get them from eating the flesh of your own species, and I don't know, you can get mad cow disease right from eating
From a cow?
rabbit.
And I think, isn't chronic wasting a
Yes,
problem?
it is. And it's mutating to
Yeah.
be a similar shape to be able to interact with humans. It's not there yet, but it is mutating.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Via how? Inside
know.
of it, okay.
Because like with the folds, there are certain shapes that can interact with other proteins, I guess.
Yeah.
And now it's changing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of things, there's a lot of problems going on.
And they stay in the ground for like 7 years or something, so it's not like, you can't just get rid of it.
Holy shit.
You said it stays in the.
I think it's
Stay in
7
the
years.
ground?
Yeah, like the crayons are
Because they're not technically living.
Right.
Wow. Yeah, I want to talk more about these kind of diseases at the end because I'm curious about them too. So, in terms of all meat in general, the two true health hazards of meat are, what was the first one?
Bacteria.
Right, bacteria that grows in an anaerobic conditions on meat. And the second,
Grinding.
yeah, the brain parasite, the brain
that.
parasite. Yeah, so the grinding is also just the anaerobic environment bacteria. Right? So both of those two things are killed by thorough cooking, by high heat. Okay. So we cook meat. And this is just what I mentioned before. Right, so this is the beef-pork divide. In terms of animals. So term ruminants, which is just like grazing, like hooved grazing animals, like those animals that have hooves and eat grass, so like deer and elk and buffalo and cow and sheep and goat, like all those types of animals are called the ruminants. They have like red meat. Their muscle meat is sort of red. They tend to have hard white fat. They render into tallow. Very different kind of animals than omnivores and carnivores, right? Just treat them differently. So all ruminants animals, in general, typically, like if there's no other problems going on or disease in the meat, you can just eat them raw. Like if the meat is fresh or aged correctly, like you can just eat red meat raw. Or you can dry it and eat it dried, which is still raw. Right? There's really no other health hazards to that. That's why even you can just like, if you cook red meat, you can just like sear it barely and it can be as bloody as you want on the inside and you can eat it. Right? So like Miles Olson, this guy I mentioned, like, at least at the time of writing, which was amazing to me, like most of the meat of his entire diet, which involved a lot of deer meat, was just dried. Like you just dry the deer meat and just eat it dry, just like jerky. Like not really cook meat all the time. Like just be eating dried meat as pretty much one of his main dietary staples. That would be the case. I think that would be the case for going back to the North American plains. Cultures that are living, whose really main meat animal was buffalo, right? It's mainly dried meat they're eating throughout the rest of the time for weeks and months. Right? It's just the dried, we would call it jerky. It's just the dry raw meat.
Victoria?
Yeah.
One thing that I don't understand about that is the meat doesn't really dry when it's really cold out, but then when it's warm out, there's so many flies. Do you know how people keep like a balance between those things? Or how, like, I don't understand how you can dry meat without getting covered in flies or without it just freezing.
Oh, the process of drying.
Yeah.
Yeah, good question.
I mean, obviously, like most of us have access to inside drying, but
Right.
I'm just curious.
Right, it's a great question. And we'll talk about that more, it's in here. It's an easy question. Yeah, it's mainly just that, yeah, maybe we'll wait, because there's a whole section we'll do on preservation. We'll talk about drying in here. If your question doesn't get answered then, please remind me again. Okay. So just to reiterate on that division between animals, so like okay to eat raw if it's fresh, okay to dry it and make jerky, all these animals on the left and more, right? The ruminants, right? Examples of animals that I personally just put into the other category, which I'm like, I don't know. Can possums even carry that parasite? I don't know, but they're an omnivore, so I just go ahead and put them in that category. Makes my life easier. I process a lot of animals. Okay, I don't mess around. So obviously pigs, but that would include like wild boars. People hunt black bear here on the East Coast. Fox and coyote and any other canine. Raccoons, they're omnivores. Possums and any kind of like feline, like a bobcat or even a house cat or whatever. And probably many more animals than that. I feel like most weasels are omnivorous, but when in doubt, just treat it like pork. When in doubt.
This is a mammal parasite only.
Really good question.
About fish.
I don't know for sure. I think it is a mammal parasite only.
A lot of people eat fish raw, so.
Right. Lots of sushi raw.
Yeah.
And those eat other fish, so maybe not.
But you do have parasites too.
What's that? Fish
You
have
have-
parasite?
Yeah,
Yeah, but I imagine they're different parasites.
the worms.
They're probably different.
They're not like the brain parasites. I think they're just stuff that gets into people's digestive tract.
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't totally know about that.
Okay.
What about herbivores that aren't ruminants, like a rabbit?
Yeah, it's a good question. I process a lot of rabbit. I tan a lot of rabbit, and I do kind of treat them like a ruminant animal. I don't know. I should read more about rabbits. I don't have proof of that, but I am very chill when I am processing rabbit. But I still do cook it thoroughly. Like I cook rabbit meat thoroughly. I never eat it raw. I just feel chill. It's even like rabbit poop. Like you can just handle rabbit poop. It's like there's no health hazard to it. Like they're just very, for us as humans, they're very like clean animals to our systems. So I'm very relaxed processing rabbits and rabbit skins. I taste the tanning liquid all day long, 100 million thousand times.
My sister has javelinas on her property. And I keep telling her she can probably eat them, but they keep saying they don't taste good. I don't know if it's because they just don't want to deal with it or because, there's so many of them. If people started eating them, then
Wild rabbits, you're saying?
javelinas, they're like little pig. They're like
Oh.
kind of like pigs. They're out in Arizona.
Oh. It's in there wild or feral?
Yeah.
Never heard of that.
Definitely eat them.
I'm sure there's a way to make them good.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, so pretty much every animal that I've ever heard of a cultural bias against here in the Southeast, because it's mainly in the Southeast that I live and travel, every animal I've ever heard a cultural bias about, I have butchered and eaten and found to be fabulous.
Dogs.
Just kidding.
Have you ever had beaver?
I've eaten a little bit of beaver, not much.
You would cook it, just to be sure. I don't know if they eat meat or not. I don't know.
They're
They don't.
rodents, right? This is this whole other
I
category.
know weasel. Aren't they more the weasel?
Rodents.
Rodents. They're all rodents.
But
The weasel group
But
is a
they-
huge group.
they don't eat meat though. I don't think.
Right, it's a lot of shellfish stuff.
Do they eat shellfish?
Don't they?
It's cool. I was gonna look it up
I
anyway.
don't know. They're in the water all the time.
Right?
I mean,
not like
I
a
taste
hot
the
dog.
shellfish for that snack.
So like, I cook and thoroughly cook all meat that isn't ruminant at all. And I don't even like raw meat, and I don't even really like dried raw meat. I don't like eat it, but like, I really love slow cooked meat is my favorite. So that's just my personal preference. But and I don't, if it's raw, I really like for it to be dried, and I still don't like dried meat as much usually as cooked meat. But, so I've never eaten any of these animals raw, and I wouldn't recommend it, and I wouldn't try it.
I wasn't sure if the slow cooking gets them hot enough for the requirements. It does?
Yeah, slow cooking just means you're cooking it for a long time. It's still getting hot and cooking all the way through. We'll talk about that more. Slow cooking. Yeah, so even like, oh God, in Florida, like the mullet and the saltwater catfish have such cultural stigmas about. You talk to anybody down there, they're like, you can't eat those catfish. Trust me, like you'll skin them and they just smell bad. People tell me like they smell bad, they're bloody inside, you can't eat them. I've had people tell me that they gum up your whole line, your fishing line, with slime, and you can't get it off anything. Like I've had so many people tell me that in Florida, and I am living off of mullet and saltwater catfish in Florida. They are my daily staples. Like I just live off of fish down there. And the mullet, like you can't eat mullet, or you can't catch them with a line, or they're trash fish, or they're only bait fish. You just use them for bait. Like they're probably my favorite fish in the world. Like mullet are easy to catch. You can cast at them all day long. They are almost as fatty as a salmon. So they're extremely nourishing, and as like a staple fish, they're extremely filling and nourishing. They have all those extra oils and stuff in their skin. They're a mild white meat, super mild, but it never dries out. It's moist forever, so you can't fuck it up. Like, they're an amazing fish. What the fuck? Mullet, saltwater catfish. We'll talk about armadillos have these huge stigmas about. Possums have stigmas. Like all these animals, every single one of them. I'm like, they're great. They're totally great. Just do it. You just know how to do it. So I'm a little predisposed to like not trust stigmas in general because I've just never found one to stick or one to be true for me. So these hanging deer legs, maybe they were a week old. Maybe they're a week old at this point. Could you, in theory, eat these raw or cut off a piece and eat them raw?
Yeah.
Yeah, in theory, you could. Whew, okay, I think let's do a little break. That's kind of a lot. Come back to cooking. Okay, Very, just let me know when you're ready. Ready. I'll take back Mr. Fox for my emotional support. All right. Talking about cooking a little bit. Don't worry, we'll go back to roadkill scavenging too. Just trying to get to the fundamentals, get through the fundamentals. All right, so cooking. In general, wild animals. Oh, geez. Okay, there it goes. Are different than domestic animals. Okay, so has anybody here had eaten farm-raised salmon and also eaten wild salmon? I've had the experience of eating both. Raise your hand. Who's had? All right, so what's the difference that you've noticed? The two salmons. Texture or taste or do they seem different at all? So like the Atlantic salmon is code for farm salmon versus Alaskan salmon, which would be like wild coho or wild pink or wild king salmon.
I think the wild salmon is tastier and it's also pinker.
Pinker.
Color-wise, I think the colors are different.
Yeah, they tend to be darker.
Sometimes they're dying. Fix that, right?
Yep.
Not wild-caught salmon.
Right, they dye the other ones to look
Yeah.
like that.
They dye, sometimes they dye the coho salmon to look pink, the wild coho.
They do.
Yeah, because they're gray. Is that the gray one?
I have family in Alaska, so I've done tons of salmon fishing, and the coho and the pinks have pink flesh.
There's one that has gray flesh that I've heard that they dye pink.
Yeah, we never caught that. So like coho is more common. There's different names, like coho can have other names too. That salmon has like the very dark pink. It's like very, very dark. It's almost reddish colored and it's low fat. And the king salmon is the larger one and that's the lighter pink flesh. So like farm salmon is trying to be king salmon. Like when you're fishing in Alaska, like king salmon is the salmon everyone wants to catch. Like if you catch a king salmon that day, everybody's congratulating you and taking photos because it's the fattier, lighter pink flesh. Yeah, but in general, when you eat farm salmon, like it's super tender. You just take your fork and just like it slides apart. It's like rich, very fatty. It's really soft. It's usually pretty soft after you've cooked it. Right, whereas a lot of times wild salmon, especially if it's coho, but even wild king salmon, it's a little tougher. You notice that? It's a little chewier, a little drier, a little less fatty. To me, like you can really notice the difference. Like even some farm salmon, you like barely have to chew it sometimes. It's like so soft, it melts in your mouth. Whereas the wild is like, go and chew it. And so what makes the difference in that is activity. It's the activity of the animal, how much it's moving. Right? See, a wild salmon, like they are moving for thousands of miles. Right? They are constantly moving, really strong creatures, moving a lot. Whereas farm stand, we're not moving so much, right? This whole concept of like veal, what is that, like baby cow or something? That sounds so cruel. But like the whole point of that, without going any further into it, the whole point is like an animal that's not allowed to move much. Its muscles stay really tender. Okay, so this is something that just happens. So wild animals in general, like they are moving, they're living, they are running, they're using all their muscles. So their muscles form differently. So they're tougher muscles than some domestic animals that don't move much. Okay, I used to be a professional plant lady in Manhattan. I worked in Manhattan. Go around all the fancy buildings like the Millennium Hotel and do their florally and take care of all these indoor plants and all these fancy offices and stuff. And part of my job description, taking care of all these indoor plants, and this is common for like people in this career field that's indoor plantscapes, or like all these big tropical plants. You know, if I visit that office building once a week, you know, water them and clip the edges, and then all the big plants, I go up to them, shake them, like really like shake them. Not too much that they break, but shake them. And the people are like, what the hell is she doing? And that's why you gotta shake them. Because indoors, there's no wind. So the plants, they're not getting any movement. So as their cells are forming, similar to muscles, as their cells are forming, as leaves are growing, they're not getting the resistance, that little bit of stress of having to be resilient in wind. So therefore, as the cells are growing, as the tissue of that plant's growing, if they get knocked a little bit, the whole freaking thing breaks, right? They have no resistance in their cells to stress, right? So that's why you gotta give them a little bit as they grow over time, or else they're just too weak. And when someone knocks into them, you know, like this nice tropical plant with only 3 big leaves, it's all of a sudden down to 2, right? So it's the same, this how, you know, as our cells are forming, there's a certain degree of stress that is almost necessary for growth, so that the plants grow a little bit stronger and our muscles grow stronger. So for us, that means like, you know, if we're so used to farmed animals and grocery store meat, like in general, it's a little bit less tough. You know, it's a little more tender. The animals are having less activity. Whereas wild animals, you know, like the main thing I found eating more and more wild meat over the years, and just essentially that being a huge part of my diet and life, is that you can't just cut off a piece of meat for the most part and throw it in a pan and expect to like cook a steak and have it come out. Like it wasn't working that way for me. I was like, you know, there wasn't even a person that liked steak. So activity makes a big difference in the toughness or tenderness of meat. And the second one's age. The age of, so that not the aging of the meat, and that too, we were talking about that, but the age of the animal, whether it's a young animal or old animal, how many years that animal's lived. Okay? So even as humans, we like, you know, we get tougher as we age, you know.
That's mine. That's me. But you're very tough. Richard, your muscles are tough.
Right, so a young animal that's not even full grown, that's immature, juvenile, it's gonna be really tender. Right? That's why like often when people are raising animals for meat, they butcher them at a relatively young age, like in their first year, like if it's rabbits in their first 12 weeks or something. Because the meat's tender, like the older an animal gets, it gets tougher. So you have to treat them differently. Right? So you would approach cooking, you know, if you butchered this possum that clearly wasn't even full size, like, oh, this is gonna be really tender. Like, I'm not really gonna have to work much for this. Whereas if it's like, you're skinning the biggest raccoon of your life, like, oh my God, this animal is old and tough. I'm gonna go about those two animals really differently, even if it's the same species of animal, right? So you have to like be aware. Like, you can't just cook every meat the same or any animal the same. You kind of be aware of that particular animal, do it differently. I love slow cooking. I love these slow cookers. Whenever I have electricity, oh, these are my favorite little tools. They're like, as far as the benefits of modern life, electricity, this is like one of my top 3 favorite gadgets ever. You can just plug them in and put them on low and go to sleep. I probably slow cook meat more than any other way that I eat wild meat. Like I like meat when you take a fork and you can just pull it apart with a fork when it's just like that. So I also have teeth problems. But in general, just like, you can't really fuck it up slow cooking wild meat. You just can't. So like, here's some, I can't believe I even found all these old photographs, just weird stuff I take photographs over the years. There's just a big pile of wet, sloppy coon legs, rinsed off, looking real attractive. And those were fresh, like I didn't even age those. I just like put them right in this, just cram all those in a slow cooker. And you need to always add some liquid. You can fill it up with liquid and make like a stew, or just add at least a few inches so it's steaming. Put them on low, and I usually put them in at night before I go to bed, and then they're usually ready for lunch the next day. So great for coon. We'll talk more about. Coon can be so tough. It's slow cooked. Oh, so good. Right, so you really can't fuck it up, whether the meat is fresh or aged. Put it in a slow cooker. It's just like, oh my god. Is there a question? Okay, so if you don't have an electric slow cooker, what that's doing is it's just keeping the temperature kind of low for a long period of time. So the meat is thoroughly cooking through, but just slowly over a long period of time. If you don't have an electric slow cooker and you're cooking over like a propane flame or a fire, which I am a lot, it's fine. You can do the same thing. It's like, you just put your meat in the pot and add some amount of water, how much you want. And it's like, you can't keep a super low consistent cook usually on fire or coals or propane. So it's gonna like be boiling. It's gonna be like hotter. Don't worry about it. Like, just keep cooking it. Like, just keep cooking it. And take it off the fire, and the next day when you start a fire again, just put it back on the fire. So it's okay if it gets really hot. You're like, oh, I just totally cooked through the whole thing, and now it's a hunk of meat that's like rubber, like it's fully cooked, but it's like a rubber tire. It's okay, just keep cooking it. Like, just keep it up until the next day. And then it does the same thing. And then it's until you can like stick a fork in there and it just like falls up, it just like pulls apart. Like, it's not gonna taste like gross overcooked meat. As long as you kind of, just watch it until it's just ready. It's so good, it's just like butter. So you could do the same thing with like I used to process a lot of old layer hens, so chickens. A lot of people when they're raising chickens as egg layers, they don't know what to do with the older hens when they stop laying. Or people are emotionally attached to them, or they're negligent of their animals and they don't want to deal with it. So they will like just put them all up for Craigslist or give them away. Essentially, they're just throwing the animals away, the live animals. They either don't want to butcher them on their own, don't know how, emotionally attached. So just economically, years ago, I found myself, plucking and butchering and cooking a lot of those because it's, it's free food at the time. But those those layer hens, they're tiny. Like, they're not raised to be plump and have lots of meat. So they're scrawny. When you get in there's not a lot of meat, and they are tough, right? So if you're cooking an old hen, you just put it in the oven, like, it is like a rubber tire. If you try to eat it, you're like, so I can't tell you the amount of hens that I just ruined before I didn't know how to cook them. Couldn't figure out how to make them edible, right? So if you have an oven, just like bake it on low in the oven for like a day and a half or 2.5 days even. Or put them in a slow cooker for like a day and a half with some liquid. And then they like slow cook, and then the meat almost turns like brown, like dark. It's like it gets darker and like richer and like sweet, buttery, falls apart. It's so good. So it goes from meat that you can't use at all to like really good. Right? So this is just the basics of slow cooking. And slow cooking is kind of doing essentially what aging is doing. It's slowly, with heat though, breaking down those tough connective tissues between the muscle fibers that make them tough on our teeth. So slow cooking is an ingenious science, an art form, ingenious, and it's so simple. The second thing I do a lot is something called salt brining. I feel like I've used it differently over the years, and sometimes I don't really know how I feel about it. But salt brining is basically where you have salt, any type of salt, as long as it's sodium chloride. It can be sea salt, table salt, pink salt, black salt, just sodium chloride. Get some salt. Right, you get a bowl, some kind. dump some salt in there. Like, it should be like salt water that's like too salty that you could ever drink. But you don't have to go overboard. It's all right. Just do like a handful or something. And then put your meat in there, or your whole squirrel if you can feed it, you know, whatever. And you just let it soak in this salty water. Ideally overnight, at least for a full day. And it's nice to keep it cool-ish. It's like you could put the whole bowl in the refrigerator, or if it's just cool out, leave it out. I've done it in really warm temperatures. I just make it saltier. It's fine. Just do it for a day or a night. And it's like, I don't even quite understand why or what happens, but there's something about salt brining meat that it does kind of tenderize it a little bit. I don't quite understand why that is. So it tenderizes it, but it also does this nice thing. So I use the salt brining a lot on roadkill. And what happens is, especially if you have meat that is really bruised. So what if meat is like really mashed, bruised, where you can tell that the bone has been broken inside of there? You think you can hang that whole leg and age it?
I'd say no, because it's compromised, maybe.
Right, it's almost like it's become ground meat a little bit, kind of, because it's kind of like got air pockets in there now. Like it's not an intact piece of meat. So they tend to, so that's when roadkill gets tricky. So you're like, oh, if it's a nice fresh animal, you know, you butcher it, you quarter it, you have a nice whole leg, you just hang it, nice whole torso, you just hang it. The animal's like, you know, oftentimes with a deer, a lot of times it's their back legs, you know, one whole leg or both can just be like hit in several places. You can tell like the whole leg is broken and it's bruised. There might even be like loose bone chips inside the muscle meat where the bone shattered, right? I can't hang those because they're gonna go funky, right? Because they got all these air pockets in there. They're not intact anymore. So we do salt brining a lot on meat that's not intact. That's usually like the first meat I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna eat through that first because it's harder to age. You can't age as much. So salt brining is nice. So I'll usually like take meat like that. Sometimes I'll do it with whole squirrels. We'll talk about more which are tough, and just immediately put it into a salt brine, and know I'm gonna eat it the next day. And this interesting thing that salt brining does, if you put meat into salt water, the next day, like the water will be bright pink. It draws out the blood for some reason. Like it starts drawing stuff out of the meat. So it draws the blood out. So then your meat will be a lot paler in color, and a lot of the blood will be drawn out into the salt water. So what that does is it makes the meat taste milder. Like blood has a stronger flavor. So meat that, you know, people say like, oh yeah, when you butcher an animal, like you gotta bleed it out, which means like you cut off the head or whatever, just let the animal bleed out, or else the meat goes bad or something like that. No, it freaking doesn't. You know, it's just that, you know, or places where like blood has really collected in animal's been sitting. Sometimes you butcher an animal, sometimes even like in the abdominal cavity, you get in there, the blood that stayed in there will have like coagulated. It becomes like you can pick it up and take it out. It's like thick in there. So it's been like laying in there and it's really soaked into the muscle tissue. It's going to be a stronger tasting, pungent muscle tissue saturated with blood. Many cultures of the world just eat the blood. Blood sausage is a thing, you know, like it's very nutritious, but for the modern palate, sometimes it's hard for people. So if you have any meat that's like super blood saturated, or it's bruised, you know, like you can't age it, so I want to eat it soon. Salt brining is kind of a way to like both quickly tenderize the meat, draw out some of the blood from all the bruising. And also what happens, which we'll talk about more later, sometimes it works. When the belly, you know, either when the belly swells from bloating or explodes, gets crushed and explodes, all the gastric juices,
on an animal, like right, it can kind of be like this. So a lot of times gastric juices from the belly come in contact with the insides of the thighs of the animal, like here. So sometimes, you'll be working on a deer and here on the back legs, just the majority of the meat on the animal is the legs, right? Most of the meat on my body is right here. Like, if you can take nothing else from a deer and can just grab those back legs, you have the majority of the meat on the animal. So it's a shame when you don't have the back leg meat. But a lot of times you'll notice a little bit of like greenness here or some like gastric juices smell here because it was in contact. That flesh was in contact with the belly. So sometimes you just can't get that smell out. It's a stronger taste. There's absolutely no harmfulness whatsoever. Our modern palate, we're like, so sometimes salt brining can get out some of the gastric juices if they've leaked. Sometimes no amount of salt brining will ever get it out, and I'll just like give up. Like I am very finicky actually with gastric juice taste. Some people are tougher about it. I'm not the finickiest. I've met some people who are ultra finicky about it. So salt brining is just a way to like leach out stuff and get meat to be more mild tasting and more tender. And the next day I'll still probably slow cook it, but it'll be better. It'll come out better. And salt is a modern convenience. Salt these days is like cheap and affordable and abundant, and I treat it like a modern convenience. Like I don't like to totally rely on it. Sometimes it really makes life convenient, and I use it, especially traveling and on the go and living without electricity, and processing animals totally without electricity is really, storing them is more of what I'm used to. So it just becomes my rhythms. So it's great to always have a lot of salt on hand. Just a bowl. I put the salt in a bowl.
With water.
With water. Sorry. Okay, question.
Yeah, so like in terms of preventing like maggots from getting in the meat or getting on the meat in a warmer time of year, is salt brining do that?
Like if the meat's submerged in the water, you mean? Keeping the flies out?
Well, no, I mean,
Even
Okay.
after you take it out.
yeah.
To get
after
out
you
like
take-
salty
Well,
meat.
okay, I guess one question is, can you still take it out and hang it after salt brining? Or is that different than salting the meat, really? Brining is dunking it
Yeah.
in water.
Salt brining is it's submerged in salty water. Okay, salt does nothing to deter flies ever. They don't care. They will still lay eggs on salty meat. They don't care.
Okay,
But they're not going to get into water, right?
right.
So if you have bruised and broken meat that you've put in a salt brine, right, I wouldn't take that out and then hang it, age it, because it's bruised. I would cook that right away. If it was intact meat, and I decided for whatever I was doing, I had a friend do this. It was a recipe for, it wasn't prosciutto. It was like you did a whole deer leg, part of it, submerged it in super salty water for like 30 days or something, and then you take it out and then rub it with this thick layer of spices and stuff like that, and then hang it. And then he hung it for like weeks or months later. It was this old recipe. This was years ago we did it, and then it was like cured, they like cut off a piece. I was like, I don't know about this, and like cut off a slice, and it was like beautiful ruby red on the inside. Like it looked like something from the fanciest restaurant ever.
Wow.
So you can, if the meat is intact, you can salt brine it, take it up, hang it, and continue to age it, or like it'll dry whole if you want to. And we'll talk more about that for like preservation.
I have another question.
Yeah.
I found a beaver this summer and I salt brined the meat and just overnight, and it was like kind of warm out, but in the morning it was stinky, bubbling, and the meat was like a bluish color, and I got super creeped out and I brought it back to the woods and put it with the rest of the carcass.
Is it like the whole animal?
Was I being too finicky, or is that gross?
So is it like the whole animal or parts of it?
I mean, no, I had cut it up into like legs and, torso hunks, and I left the head behind. And some of it was like kind of bruisey.
And it was like warm weather?
It was in the summer, it was pretty warm.
Summertime.
But it was like, I think the bubbling is what creeped me out the most. As the smell, I was like, is that because of the glands or what? But have you,
What did you say? It was like really salty? Did you add a lot of salt to the water or more like a little bit of salt?
I dumped some salt in there.
That's how I do it. I'm just like, yeah, I've experienced what you're talking about.
I guess what I'm asking is not like, what did I do wrong? Because I couldn't tell you exactly what I did, but more like, was that actually gross, or was I just being persnickety?
No, I think that was actually a good move.
Okay.
Something that I've had questions about, like I've just done lots of salt brining over the years, different ways. I'm like, I've experienced all different kinds of results. I've experienced what you're talking about before. It was actually, I think it was at my crazy off-grid community in the mountains, actually a couple of years ago. I think we had like 2 whole back legs or something of a deer or something that were like mangled. We like put them in a big 5-gallon bucket of salt water. And then we're just doing all kinds of other stuff, and they like got forgotten about for like 2 days or something, or 3, like too long, you know? Even though they were in really salty water, and opened them up and like they smelled bad, and like they're bubbling like that. And I feel like that's about, you know, maybe Sandor cats or somebody else would come along and be like, no, it's totally fine. But I've always been like, ugh. So I've had that bubbling happen before. By leaving an animal too long in salt brine, and too weak of salt water, or in too warm. I've experienced that. Like it smells funky, starts to smell funky, and it's bubbling. And to me, I've always just been like, oh, I don't. So that's the question I don't have an answer to. But to me, it's always just been like, oh, this smells really foul. Not gonna use that. So yeah, if I'm gonna salt brine something, I really like to do it in cold weather. And usually just overnight. If it's really cold, sure, you can do it longer. But if it's warm weather, I usually just try to do it for no more than a day or overnight. And I make the water saltier than I would if it were cold weather. Honestly, more and more, I think I'm doing salt brining less over time. I'm realizing. I used to treat it as like an all cure. Felt like, oh, I just don't know what to do with the rest of the animal. What's bruised? I'll just salt brine it so I can deal with it tomorrow. And I think I'm doing that. I'm liking that less over time. Yeah, it's definitely good to, though, if like smaller animals that are very tough, like squirrels or something, where I'm like, I want to be able to eat this tomorrow. You know, I don't want to like be able to have to like slow cook it forever. Especially if it's just one squirrel. It's silly to like slow cook one squirrel over a fire and have to pay attention to it for a day. Right, salt brining it overnight will at least allow me to like cook it the next day for not too long and have it come out tender. I don't have to cook it for too long. So I'll use it more for that kind of thing. This is a lot. I know it's confusing. So a lot of this is, the more you do it, you learn over time. But it's worth just like try it once with a piece of meat, see how it goes, get feedback. But yeah, I probably would have done the same thing you did with the beaver. I would have been like, whoa.
It's hard for me to know with stuff like that, what's a red flag and what's not. Like you've been talking about.
Yeah, it's really freaking hard. This is so freaking hard just for me to learn what I've learned so far. It's so freaking hard. You had to do it despite of other people. Pretty much anyone. Other than like Miles and Juliet, you know, like really. And almost every man I ever met was gonna just and with tanning it was even worse. You know, I just think I think in our culture there's just a lot of pressure, especially with country people in the rural areas or hunters or men who are outdoorsmen. I have to only guess our culture puts a lot of pressure on them to feel like they have to know it all and do it all, be really capable. And this stuff isn't stuff we know anymore. This isn't common knowledge in our culture anymore. So we'll just lie or use what they do know and push it and really push it on other people. So I had to learn everything that I learned despite other people by just doing it on my own. And now, like, you know, I'm a person who like processes a lot of dead animals from a lot of different places and ways that they died, and many different species of animals. And from the cold season, fall through early spring, like road-killed and other unwanted meats, they constitute an enormous part of my diet and like personal economy. I mean, like I can't do the things that I do and like work, and make enough money throughout the year to like be able to buy all my food and stuff like that and have nice healthy food. So like it's a really considerable part of my diet are all these wild meats. And like, so I'm living this day in and day out, and like I hate saying it because one day it's gonna bite me in the butt. But like I am not, and I'm an obsessive hide tanner. And I spend thousands and thousands of hours dedicated to hides and learning from them and working with them. And to this day, like I have yet to experience an internal or external sickness or infection from animal parts. To me, that says something, processing animals is always inherently risky. There is inherent risk always associated with death. With eating anything, whatever it is, plant or animal, there's always inherent risk. Being a human on Earth, and with farmed animals and farmed vegetables, like there are inherent risks to all of it. There are diseases that come about, contaminations, allergies. There's always risk. We're human beings on Earth. We live in a world of duality. But it does say something to me over time that like, this isn't really theory for me. This is how I live every day, and it's worked. So I continue to learn and change. So, I put this stuff to action and see how it works and keep trying things and keep experimenting. And what works, I continue to do. So yeah. So to recap, salt brining is good for busted up and bruised meats, like I said, which happens with roadkill a lot. Also happens with animals that have been killed by dogs. Sometimes dogs kill animals, like they've enjoyed the fruits of dogs who kill squirrels or raccoons or groundhog. Sometimes a dog would go, whether it's a hunting dog or not. If you've ever seen a dog hunt, and maybe some hunting dogs are trained to not thrash an animal. Most dogs, they just get excited and they just thrash it, slam it, thrash it, shake it. So an animal that you get that's been killed by a dog, it might look really nice on the outside. Like, oh, it's gonna be nice fur, the animal looks intact, don't see any broken bones. And you skin the animal and you get in there and it's like, oh my God. Like, it is just a mess. Like, animals killed by dogs are more of a mess sometimes than anything else. Because just puncture, you see from the teeth of the dog, all the puncture wounds in the body, just massive bruising, blood clotting. It's like purple and red in there. You're like, oh, Jesus Christ, what am I going to do with all this? So that meat is good for the salt brine bowl.
Bury it and feed it to a dog?
Yeah, you could feed it to a dog too. If you weren't attached to eating it. I mean, I've definitely eaten, I've eaten a lot of dog-killed animals before. It's just a little bit more of like, or I might just take the legs, if like the torso is just a freaking mess, I might just take the legs and eat those. But for that kind of, some more examples of bruised and busted up meat. Yeah, meat with gastric juices, if any part of the intestinal juice has gotten on meat. If a gallbladder busts and gets bile on anything, you're usually never getting that out. So don't worry, just don't even try. Yeah, and then very pungent meats. So just like some wild animals are just stronger tasting than domestic animals. And that's just naturally how they are. Some meats are mild. But like foxes, the animals are not dead and rotting. Like a living fox, if it walks past you, and sometimes in the winter a fox can have gone past, I didn't even see it. I'll smell it like, whoa, a fox just went through here. Or if one's recently dead, you can put your face in there and smell it. They have strong, it's like their hormones or pheromones or something. They're strong smelling animals. And their meat is similar. It's just like strong smelling, like it's their natural funk, like their pheromones or their hormones. So like fox meat is an example of like not meat that's that tasty to me. Unless it's a really young fox, it'll be mild. But if it's any kind of meat that just naturally is a more pungent type of meat, and you would prefer a milder meat, would be more agreeable to you, salt brining will help make the meat a little more mild tasting. There's a limit, of course, but it can be helpful with that.
It makes the meat salty.
It does. So if you like salt brine it, if you put a lot of salt in the water, the meat will be like too salty to eat. And then you gotta just like, then I just have to like cut up the meat and like add it to a whole stir fry of vegetables and add no more salt, you know, so that the salt moves all around. So it's kind of like a right, it's hard if they don't do measurements, but there is kind of like a right balance between like not so much salt that the meat like is inedible anymore, but enough salt that it's doing its job. Right, yeah. Yeah, when I used to like overly salt meats and hang them when I first got started, I would salt them so much. I'm so paranoid that I would then like cut off a piece and try to boil it. And I have to like boil a little hunk like 3 times, like trying to wash the salt out, and it would still just be like, ah, ah. But that's how I would travel and eat meat time. We learn and we grow. We learn and grow. All right, preservation. And I'm talking about here like primitive preservation, which I basically just mean if you don't have a freezer at your disposal at the moment. You know, the freezer is like the all-purpose way to make storing everything really easy in the modern world, and meat too. If you don't, you gotta sort of think about things totally differently. Like I'm even living in a city right now, and I really don't have a freezer, so I'm still doing things the way that I naturally do them. So the simplest forms of preservation. These aren't my photographs. Not even that great, but drying. Okay, so the most fundamental and basic preservation method over the entire world for all kinds of foods is drying. Right? In our human history all over the world, drying is the simplest and most effective way to preserve food. Very simple, there's not many materials that are needed. Of course, whether that's fruits or vegetables or nuts, just anything. Right? So as soon as you remove the water content from food, it becomes very shelf stable for quite a while. Not forever, quite a while. And the same goes for meat. So you can just dry meat. In many parts of the world, drying meat before the modern era, and hopefully there are still some too that are still able to live that way, drying meat en masse would be the main staple way that you would eat and store meat all year long. Think of the buffalo hunts again. So here's a picture that someone has just done a very simple primitive meat drying setup here. So if you're drying meat, if you can, I think actually Miles Olson says this. I haven't read this book in years and years, but he's like, if you can sun dry tomatoes, you can sun dry meat. And it's true, right? Think of tomatoes, something pretty wet, right? If you leave tomatoes out in cloudy weather for 5 days, they are going to rot and mold. They're not going to dry. You need sun on them constantly for 3 days. If you don't have sun and it's rainy, put them in front of the fireplace and the hearth and the fire going. You don't want them to cook, but they need to be constantly drying. It needs to be dry. It doesn't have to be warm, but at least very dry, right? If you can sun dry tomatoes, you can dry meat. So all you have to do is cut it into pieces and start drying it. And so it's about the thinness of the meat. Like these pieces, it's hard to tell how big these are, but they're so tiny. So they don't need to be that tiny. They just need to be thin. So the famous butterfly cut. This is a famous cut on meat. You can take a big hunk of meat and do this really fancy cut, and you're essentially making this long, and then the whole piece of meat just like unravels into this thin sheet, but a big size, like thin sheet of meat that you can then drape and dry, right? These are the skills of the the animal dismemberment masters of the world, mostly in indigenous peoples all over the world. Or you can do little pieces too, but it's really about the thinness. Just like you were sun-drying tomatoes. You know, it's like you kind of want like a 1/4 of an inch, maybe a 1/2 inch thick. You want thin pieces. They'll dry faster. And you know, if it's a nice dry day in the summertime, there's flies in the summer. It's the biggest pain in the butt about drying meat or processing meat in the summertime in the warm weather. It's a pain in the butt. Yes, you do. So you just like have to have smoke going the whole time. Like you gotta have like a fire nearby and just make sure there's like smoke running through it. And it's really just the smoke that keeps flies away. So it's like, you know, kind of a pain. You could have a fire under it, but you would need to make sure the fire is really small or your meat is quite a bit higher, because you don't ever want the meat to cook. Never. You don't want it to get so hot that it's cooking at all. It needs to stay raw. Okay?
Why?
So here's the big thing with preserving meat. As soon as you cook meat, its shelf life falls off the map. As soon as meat is cooked, you can't dry cook meat and save it. Cooked meat will go rancid very fast, in a matter of days. All right, you know, we can cook meat and like have saved as leftovers in the refrigerator, you know, like maybe for up to a week, and you know, like usually a couple days, right? Cooked meat is not shelf stable. It goes rancid very fast. And does become a health hazard. Cooked meat that goes, you can't age cooked meat. Once meat is cooked, it is a different thing. If you keep meat raw, I mean, if you walk away from today with only understanding hanging and raw, keeping meat raw, like you'll be a revolutionary in the modern world. If you keep meat raw, it preserves, it lasts. It's not a health hazard. Meat needs to stay raw in its raw form. So you never want it to get so hot that it cooks, because then it's going to go off. It is going to go rancid and foul. Okay? So it can get warm from a fire or next to the hearth drying, but you should be able to like touch it. Always be like touching it, make sure like, oh, that's getting a little too warm. It's too close. I gotta move this back from the fire. Always touch it. If it's feeling hot to your hand, it's too hot for the meat. Meat and skins the same way. You never want skins to get hot. It's too hot for your own skin. It's too hot for meat or animal skins. Okay, so it is a pain in the summer. That's the whole point of like smoking. You're not really smoking the meat, but having smoke around, it deters the flies. You know, fortunately for me, animal processing time of year really is the cold season. It's just everything works better in the cold season with lots of animal processing. It's also hunting season. Roadkill is great for collecting in the winter.
If you have hung a large animal or meat piece in the cold and then it's pretty dry by the hotter season, is that different? Like if you're cutting pieces off to eat daily or whatever, do the flies not come? Because it'll be dry?
That's a good question. So once meat starts to dry, whether you're purposefully drying thin pieces or whether you're hang aging a large hunk of meat, it's going to start to dry either way. Once meat starts to dry, the outside of the meat, instead of being like wet, mushy, it's going to start to feel like a dry crust, get darker. Once meat develops that little bit of crust, which can happen in a day in dry weather, flies really can't get to it anymore. It's really nice. It's almost like if you get over that hump.
When you cut it and they can get back into the not crusty part, can you cover it?
Well, once you like cut into it, you know, after a day, that exposed flesh again will dry. So yeah, but just once that crust forms, yeah, it does become very difficult for the flies. I don't know, I think they're less interested. They'll still try, but it really deters them a lot. Maybe they're not able to lay the eggs on it as easily. But yeah, it's a phenomenon that's real that I notice. Obviously, if it's winter time, you know, if it's really dry, super dry outside, you can just hang meat to dry in the sun outside. The time, what I've most done is like in front of a fireplace or a wood stove. You just have a little rack, whatever you got, a table, whatever, your clothes rack, whatever, and just have it by the wood stove or the fire, your meat hanging. It's easy, no bugs to worry about, no animals to come steal your meat. Keep the dogs out of the way, and just make sure it's not too hot. You don't want to just cook, and then it dries very easily. And then once meat is dry, it's like. This is what jerky is. Jerky doesn't have to be this whole like, oh, you marinate it and all the stuff and yeah. Jerky is just dried meat. You can add other stuff if you want. But yeah, and then it's just like hard and leathery and you can't just eat it that way or store it. But don't store it airtight. I don't know that I've ever read a rule against that, but it's just like meat doesn't like to be airtight. If it's raw, get away from the plastics and just cut out, get away from the plastics. Right? It's like a paper bag or something like that. I love paper or cloth. A lot of times when I'm traveling with aging meat or dried meat, I do aging more often. Just have like a cotton bandana. I'll wrap my meat in or a paper bag. So you could eat it raw or just cook it, like throw it into a stew and cook it. Right? Because say, I don't do a lot of drying. I don't do a lot of meat in the summertime. But I probably will more in the future. But like say, this came up earlier, like say it's bear meat and you needed to preserve it by drying. Could you dry bear meat?
Yes.
Yes. Could you eat the dried bear meat raw?
No.
No. You would have to cook it. Like there would be no eating the raw jerky. You would have to thoroughly cook it before you ate it. But you could dry it in the interim, I guess if you needed to. It's not something that's commonly done these days, but and why would you need to cook it?
Parasites.
Right. Parasites. They could kill you. If it's deer meat and you dried it like this and the next day or 3 days later it's totally dry, could you just eat it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A month later, could you just eat it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no problem. Would I necessarily buy a hunk of meat from the grocery store that had already been wrapped in plastic and then take it home and dry it like this and then eat it raw? I mean, maybe you could, but I would never do that. It's getting a little weird. I don't know. I only want to dry meat if it's nice meat, it's fresh. It's hasn't been in the plastic world yet. Just ah! Plastic is such a conspiracy. No, sorry, it's she's starting to sound like a real hippie now, guys. Oh God, here we go. Okay, so we already answered that question. No bear jerky. You're not gonna eat raw bear meat. Or would you eat raw possum meat if it were dried?
No.
No, just not a great idea. Okay, so the simplest way for long-term preservation, drying, it's a lot of work, is the thing. It's a lot of work to cut up a bunch of meat into really thin pieces, dry it, tend it while it's drying. It's a good amount of work. I don't do it much. In the modern world, to me, the second simplest way to preserve meat is salting. So I call this different than salt brining. I just call salting. And salt is one of the greatest preservatives on earth. It always has been. Right? Salt both arrests and inhibits bacterial activity and growth. That's what it does. That's why it preserves food. Right? That's why it's a cleaning agent. So, if you hang these deer legs that I hung without salt, the longer you hang them, the longer they're aging, they're breaking down, they're getting more tender. At a certain point, they're getting actually more pungent. They're going to continue to break down and age until they break down too much. If you add a bunch of salt into this flesh, that breakdown process is slowed. The more salt, the more it's slowed. If you add a lot of salt, it's almost frozen in time. Right, if you add a little bit of salt, that breakdown process is just slowed more. So, so what I used to do, if I eat with little legs, like a coon or a fox or something, I would just put so much salt on it and hang it up to, to drip and age. It's going to go bad. You know, so like a little leg like this, you just put so much salt on there, like, it'll last forever. You could save it, and your great-grandchildren could eat that leg of fox. You could give it to them in your will. Like, seriously, guys. But, you know, so if you just take, and so this is, you know, we'll go back to Foxfire, or a lot of, you know, rural folks dressing their hogs. So this is what's happening when they're butchering their hogs, quartering them, which just means there's quartering, just like you take a whole animal and you separate it into 4 legs and a torso. You just have different parts, right? And then they're just taking like a whole leg of pig and hanging it in the barn, rubbed with a whole bunch of salt and sugar. They would add sugar too, like sugar curing, as if that preserves. Sugar does not preserve meat. It was just for taste. They're just making it tasty. It's the salt. So you put a ton of salt on the outside, but the meat draws the salt inside, and the meat is then very salty, but it becomes much more shelf stable. It can hang in that barn for a year or more, and get tender. It's very tender. So salting meat both preserves it, and over time it does kind of get better. Like it ages and gets more tender. So it's easy and it's cheap.
How long do you have to rub? How hard do you have to rub the salt into the meat? And you're like for a long time, you're just patting it off.
Just put a little salt on there. Done.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mainly use salt. Like I've used it a good bit this winter, because the weather has been so mild and damp. It has sucked for aging meat. Like, oh my God, I processed a deer a month ago or something, 2 months ago. It was like the worst weather for hanging the meat. It's like when the weather is dry, even if the weather is warm, the weather is dry, like the meat, it gets the crust, starts to dry, it gets that nice crust, it starts to age. If the weather is damp, really damp, the meat just hangs there for days. It doesn't change. It doesn't start to dry on the outside and get that nice crust. It gets mold just a lot more abundantly and quickly on the outside. I just don't like all the mold. It's just like, it doesn't feel right. There's like, you just know the meat is not happy. That's not what it wants. And it just tends to just get pungent more quickly in a way I don't like. So in like the mild weather, or if it's rainy, like I will just go ahead and salt the meat, which is like, you don't have to go crazy overboard or the meat will be so salty you're like, I won't even be able to eat it. But I just take like a little handful of salt, put it in my hands, and on the wet like leg, the leg is fresh meat's kind of wet, you know, just kind of like pat it on. I just kind of rub it in just to like make sure I've gotten it everywhere. And if there's a little like indent in the meat, just like, and it'll like soak in right away. You know, like you can tell, like you won't see like a huge layer of salt on there. So it's gonna start to just soak in right away. Just enough. I did bring these horrifying legs to show you guys. I didn't clean them up because I gotta be authentic here. So this has been like a week now in damp weather. And I was hanging them inside. We didn't have the heat on at our place until like last month. So I was hanging stuff in a room that was like in the 40 degrees. And now like this meat has been hanging like in 50-degree weather indoors. It's been damp, it's got mold, and it's fine. It's fine, okay? But here's what's going on with these. Okay? So all I did is I just like pat, rub salt. These legs would have been about twice as big. At least a good third bigger than they are now. They've been shrinking. They absorbed all the salt within the first day, and they're kind of shrinking. The weather has been damp as crap, so they've already got a layer of mold on there, but they're actually quite hard now. They're drying quite a bit. I left the mold on there so I can show you guys. Like, yeah, it looks scary, and we're just gonna wipe it off with vinegar and water. And this meat is actually, this is fox, which is like, that's why I've been procrastinating on eating it. Fox is like my last choice to eat, but I will. But like this meat looks funky. It's It's completely fine to eat. It's probably gonna be pretty good. It's gonna be pretty good.
Is
So
it
just-
okay to pass those around?
Yeah, if you want to. You know, it's gonna have the texture of the mold on there. So like, if you have health concerns about mold, like maybe don't touch them. But you can see, yeah, too. That, like, so we'll just take some water, a little rag, which is a wee bit of vinegar. Wipe that down afterwards and see the meat underneath, and it'll look great again. But you can even see that like the hair isn't even coming out really. Like the skin isn't even really rotting yet.
Did you salt the skin part?
No, just the exposed meat.
Okay.
And especially like, you know, where the meat was attached to the body, where there were like in and outs to the meat. Like get your fingers in there with the salt, so you're like getting the salt inside all the pockets. Yeah, do people want to touch it?
Sure.
If you want to, like no. So if anyone doesn't want to touch it, don't touch it. But and it's, you know, foxes. It smells about the same as it did when it was fresh. It's just general fox smell. Right, so if you just rub a whole bunch of salt in your meat, it will age, it will start to age. You can cut it down and eat it, cook it at any time. The longer you leave it, it eventually will like dry whole over time. Whether you salt it or not. But like even, sometimes in the winter time, you know, if I'm like, I process a lot of small critters because I'm a fur tanner mainly. So I'm just doing a lot, I'm always picking up a lot of like squirrels and rabbits and, you know, little things. So sometimes like I'll hang, even sometimes totally unsalted, hang a whole wild rabbit skinned, whole squirrels, and if the weather is really dry, in less than a week, like a whole rabbit or a whole squirrel will like have aged and completely dried. And then they're just like these like dried popsicles, or like these like red, cold popsicles. You know, I just like carry them around with me, or just like put them all in a bag and like take out my big dried rabbit and like, all right, it's time for stew. People laugh at me, but like it's great. It's so easy. I'm just like got all this wonderful meat on me that's like just preserved. It's easy to carry around. It's cold and yeah. I mean that's often like living not in you know not in heated spaces. It's so simple. It's so freeing. You're just like, oh man. This is so great. And if you salt it, yeah, it'll just last forever. So if it's winter time, I really only salt meat if the weather is just like damp and mild, like just not good winter weather. If it's summertime and I have meat, I will just go ahead and salt meat a lot. Because if it's hot outside, then the salt is really gonna help preserve the meat. So like Miles Olson, even he wrote in there, I believe. Like I said, it's been years since I read that book, but you know, I think he said he did an experiment where he had deer legs hanging, just hang aging, no salt, in the heat of the summer. Because he wanted to see how long did it take for them to age, summer versus winter. And he said they went from fresh to pretty much the total mush green slime stage in just 2 days in the heat of the summer. So that's a fast aging process.
Which in Washington State is like 65 degrees.
It's humid. I feel like I remember when I was reading, he said it was like 80 or 90 degrees, wherever that was. I have to check again. It was hot. I remember saying it was hot. Whereas in the wintertime, I can hang aged deer legs for a minimum of 3 weeks, sometimes months if it's really cold. So that's the difference in the time frame you have based on temperature. Big difference, right? So if it's summertime, I just salt meat. I really just give it a bunch of salt, and then it's preserved. It's preserved. And
And
this
then
one's
you still hang
shelf
it.
stable. Because once you salt meat or hides, like the salt soaks in, the salt also draws out water very quickly. So whenever you salt anything, you want to hang it up right away, whether it's meat or hides, because it's going to start to drip a lot. It'll start to drip water, maybe pinkish water, because it'll be drawing out some blood too. And it'll drip for about the first day, as it's just pulling water out from the meat. So you just need to hang, or if it's indoors, like put some newspaper down or something, or cardboard. But yeah, you just need to hang it up. If you really can't hang it and you're like traveling or something, I like would wrap it in brown paper or something and then hang it up at my first chance to hang it. But yeah, hanging, you need airflow, you need to be able to drip. It's pretty gnarly. You guys are brave. See, if I were like trying to impress you guys, I would just try to bring dried meat that looked a lot nicer. That's not the truth. You know, I need to show you, like, this has been the weather these days. And sometimes it can look a little freaky like that. And it's okay. It's actually okay. Yeah, so salting is extremely convenient. Extremely convenient. Yeah, and like I said, you guys do, you know, if you get into hides, it's like the simplest, cheapest, modern way to preserve hides. Same way. You know, if you're traveling, if it's hot, if it's damp. You know, if you have a hide you're wanting to tan and you just, the flesh side of it, you just rub a whole bunch of salt on it, hang it up. It's gonna drip, 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 but it is preserved. It is preserved. You don't have to worry about it, even if it's hot, even if it's wet out. So easy. So it's preserving skin and muscle fiber the same way. Okay, so I just like, I had these photos last night. I was like, oh, I have these. So I took pictures last week or whatever. So this was actually just a deer like a month or two ago that I processed. And like the weather's been mild, and so actually this whole deer, pretty much this whole deer has been eaten through already because it was small deer. So this was the last of it. It's okay, so deer, young deer, hit by a car, 2 back legs were really bashed up, and it was pretty bloated, so it had gastric juice on both of the inside of the thighs. But young deer, so tender. So butchering it, day 1, I'm eating the heart. You know, I'm gonna eat any organs that are good. All the lower organs were just like, it was so green in there. We'll talk more about bellies. I tried to salt brine the liver and the kidneys, and I could not get the funk out. So I gave up. You know, but the heart, way up here, the heart was so good. So like the first day, and then eat the organs first. So heart first day, right? Second day, it was like some of the meats from the back legs that were all busted up that I salt brined. I needed to go. So I'm eating those the second and third day. And there's kind of this progression. Then I'm eating the loins for a week in the back because it's like really good. We'll get more into that. So then like the very end, kind of the last stuff I have is the 2 front legs that were hanging. I think I salted them very lightly and I hung them. Where it had been damp, they grew a little bit of mold here and there. I would just like wipe them. So the kind of the last of the deer that I get to. So here's deer front legs that had been hanging, I don't know, 3 weeks or something. Pretty mild weather. Lightly salted. You can see they kind of look like this fox a bit, like they're purplish. They're hard crust on the outside. If you squeeze it, it'll still be kind of soft. And here's like that crust. Here's I'm actually like peeling back that outer dried crust layer. Looks like skin, doesn't it? But it's just muscle meat that's dried. So this outside part, like I wiped off the mold first, and then I still just kind of peeled that layer off, you know, composted that. And then I'm just cutting off all the meat that I can off the bones. Inside, like it's still, you know, on the outside, aged meat is gonna get like garnet, color of garnets, dark red. On the inside, it's gonna be more like ruby red, just dark and nice. Soft, tender, right? So I'm just cutting off all the rest of the meat from the bones. This is the last of the deer, and I'm slow cooking it. So here's, you know, I'm just like cutting off a big hunk, and here's just a nice piece of aged, beautifully aged meat. On the outside, like peeled off that outer crust, kind of still looks like that, still a little firm. On the, you know, it's me turning it over. On the inside, soft, bright red, looks nice, smells nice, looks so good. I just love aged meat. To me, this is just like what meat is supposed to be. It looks good. My whole body is just like, yeah, that's what it's supposed to be, right? So that's what I'm doing. It's just like cutting off. You know, I'm just showing like all these little bits, you know. This is the outside of it, hard, kind of purple crust.
Do you have to peel the outside off?
No, I just did because it was like extremely moldy section, and I was just like, finicky. But also like the outer crust, even when you cook the meat, the outer crust stays kind of hard. I typically don't eat it anyway. So even if I like cook it with it on, I end up like not eating that part anyway because it's just like this hard crust. Or if you're at all freaked out, if there's like a lot of mold, or if you're at all freaked out by the outside of the meat, just like cut off the outside, and then the inside will be beautiful. And your mind will be like, oh, it is nice on the inside. Okay, I can eat this. Yeah, there's the inside. So it's like beautiful. Okay, you know, this is really simple stuff. You know, it's really simple. There's a nice big, just like it's beautiful. Those colors, like this. So like aged meat, it gets redder and richer looking. Right? When you take meat and you put it in a plastic bag and you're gonna freeze it all, if it doesn't get into the freezer for a while and it's sitting out, it starts to turn browner. You notice that about frozen meat? Like it gets browner on the outside and the inside. Aged meat, hang aging meat doesn't do that. You're never gonna see that brown color. It's gonna stay like the rubies and the reds. That's what you want. It's really nice. Oh, I don't know, like it's like dried meat fetish going on here. I'm just like, oh, yes. And then just put all the little pieces and I just put them in this slow cooker. And made lovely, more and more lovely. Look at these beautiful pictures I got of you guys. Threw some nice slow cooked meat into a vegetable stir fry, like I do. I just love slow cooked meat. I feel like it's sweet. That's just my personal preference. So there's this deer, last month hanging. I hung it down in the cellar for a couple of days. It was so damp down there. So I hung it in this room, which wasn't heated. So it was in the 40 degrees, somewhere in the 40s in there. So, and like I said, the two back legs were just like gastric juice and busted up. So they were salt brining. So we had two front legs hanging, and there's the torso. And these were some small pieces of the back legs that I salt brined and cut, and they're heavily salted and hanging. Some of those are still hanging, and they got moldy and funky, and they're almost totally dried. And I don't want to deal with them, but I will. And they're probably fine. They're gonna be great. Right. So legs, since they're so intact, I usually just great, let the legs hang. So great, and deal with the torso. So it's all. The loins, which are those back muscles running on both sides of the spine. They're in there. Those are the most delicious part of a deer, right? So I'm not butchering all these different muscle groups. I just go to the deer, take my little pocket knife, cut out one of the back loins, or just this much of a back loin. Bring it into the kitchen, cook it. Next day, go back to the deer, cut out a little bit more, bring it to the kitchen, cook it. So I'm just eating away at it until I'm eating all the loins, and then I think, so there would have been a neck here. I just cut off the whole neck. Do a big slow cooker neck stew. Just keep eating at it.
I have a couple of questions.
Yeah.
When you cut a hunk of meat off, if you've salted something and hung it and then you cut a hunk off, do you salt the exposed part again, or do you just
You can if you want to, but if you've really salted it well, the salt is already penetrated all through there. There's no need to bother.
And then also, I always feel compelled to wash roadkill after I butcher it. Do you think that's necessary?
To wash the meat?
Yeah, I just want to hose it off. And
Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine, but not necessary. I mean, if there's the guts have opened up and it's all over the inside of the torso, then I definitely want to wash it. But
yeah, no, it's totally fine to hose off the meat after you've skinned it and then hang it.
okay.
It's tricky when the weather's really damp, and then you hose off the meat and then it needs to drip water. Mm-hmm. So that's usually when I will salt hide. It's just a pain in the butt. But the weather's nice and dry. Hose it off, rinse it, scrub it, because sometimes I've been in situations before too where I haven't been able to hang an animal and I just have to process it on the ground. So I get dirt and leaves on it. It's just a freaking mess. I'm just whatever it is, wash it off.
I think that's part of why I always do it on the ground, because it never really occurred to me to hang it up first.
It takes
So it's always got grass in it.
It takes me 3 times as long to process an animal on the ground sometimes as it does hanging it. It goes so much faster to process this freaking deer on the ground. But yeah, it's totally okay to wash meat first. If you skin a part of an animal or a whole leg and it's beautiful and clean and you just cut off the leg, there's no need to wash it. It looks nice. It's actually hangs better, starts drying faster. But yeah, it's no problem with washing it.
I have a question too. Are you gonna address making sausage or anything like that?
I have no idea. I don't do anything fancy like that. Never made sausage. No. Don't. Yeah, just so simple. So simple with this.
Okay.
And we'll talk a little bit about fat. So yeah, like I said, like I'm just going in there within the first, maybe day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, cutting off loins. So I go in there, the outside is getting a bit hard. Cut off a loin from the backside, bring it in the kitchen. That's what it looks like. That loin has been aged for several days or more, but that's the inside, right? The back of it, which you can't see because it's laying on the paper, that's gonna have that hard crust on it. The inside looks gorgeous. Looks like you just bought it from the butcher. Okay, it was tender as crap. There it is, cooked. Oh, it's perfection. It was so good. It was like a young animal. It was so good. Okay, there's the neck. Looks like a mess, right? And like necks are just messy, right? So just like take the whole neck after it's aged for half a week or a week, and just like cutting it, cutting right through the trachea, right through the spine, like all the spinal fluids are in there, right? And just like cut through all that stuff. You gotta wiggle your way through the vertebra, cut. So like all those spinal fluids in there. This is just bits of fat on the white stuff on the top, and it's fine. Break it open there. Smells great. Smells like venison. Nothing funky is going on inside of there. And you can just cook that whole, just put the whole neck in the slow cooker. And some of those make the best stews and broths because you get all the goodness from in the spine, all the spinal fluid, just like brains. It's the same, all those, what the Eastern Asian world really understands is healthful to our own bones and joints. And just a really tasty broth setting. So this was like the first day they're hanging. You guys know what meat looks like, but see the difference of like fresh meat is just like it's wet, it's shiny, it's not that dark red color yet, like that, very different looking, like day 1 of hanging versus even that, very dark in color as they age. Very nice. All right, questions about that so far? I know we're not really talking about roadkill a lot specifically yet because to me I'm like all these fundamentals, you understand all these fundamentals, and any animal you have before you, you will understand it and know all the options ahead of you. So you can apply all of this to roadkill, unwanted farm animals, animals killed in all different ways, hunted animals, neglected animals. Okay, questions about any of that?
About the mold, I understand you're talking about a lot of false information out there, and even with the ferments, they're so I don't know, they really beat it into you that mold can be toxic. And I know you're saying sometimes it might make you feel a little sick, but you remove it mostly because it turns the flavor, I guess.
I don't know.
It's just the instinct to get rid of it.
Yeah, I just don't want to eat it.
Right.
It's trying to eat your food.
Right. You just, especially if you're fermenting vegetables and stuff, and mold starts to grow on the top. You're like, get out of there! Yeah, mixing it in. Because it seems like once it gets hold, it just gets worse. Yeah, I don't know. Try to be logical, but just don't like it.
But even with vegetables, there's good molds and bad molds. It's Sandor Cat says it's fine for it's kraut to have some white hold on it. Yeah. But there's a mold in kombucha sometimes that's really bad for you.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
interesting.
there's it's not if you get a certain kind of mold.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it's very complex, all different kinds of mold. It does seem to me there seems a similarity between cheese and aging meat.
Yeah.
They're similar to me, although both will grow mold on the exteriors. They get dried crusts on the exteriors. Mold is not culturally considered dangerous on either one. You just wipe it off or you skim it off, but it kind of grows. It's feels very similar, lifestyle wise. Just don't like them. It's like Juliet with the flies in the rack. It's all like that.
storage, and then you would further process them to tan them and soften them gradually for fur or leather, something like that.
Yeah, salt is just a preservative. Salt does not tan hides, nor does it really help to tan hides. That salt tans hides is a total myth. It's just a cheap, easy way to get hides shelf stable if you don't have the time to dry them or the weather is shitty. It's just a way to store them until you're ready to tan them.
Yeah.
And it's really convenient, especially if you're traveling, especially here in the southeast. It's like wet and humid and like, oh god. Yeah, it's just a convenience. Yeah, but I use it a lot for furs. Okay, y'all feeling ready? Ready with that very ready. Ready? Ready. Okay, so this afternoon I'm gonna talk about picking up roadkill, which is just like, all right, you see something on the road, like, what do you do? How do you know? Kind of just basics of that, and then I'm just gonna, and I want to briefly touch on a handful of specific species of animals that are just super common to the southeast, just a little bit, just touch on, it's like 5 or 6 or something. And then at the end I just have, you know, some illustrative stories and cautions that I think are really valuable. Yeah. Holly, do you feel like you got your question answered about drying? I think you had a question earlier.
Yeah, I can't think of what question wasn't answered, so you must have.
It was something about drying, and I was like, oh, we'll get to it when we get to the preservation section.
Oh yeah, it was about flies.
Did you feel like you got that answered?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, picking up roadkill. Here we are at crazy school. Picking up roadkill class. Oh, it's so cute.
So in general, you think roadkill makes more sense in the summer or the winter? The winter, right? Everything about roadkill. I mean, I definitely call like the cold season, I call like roadkill season for me. It's like as soon as mid-fall starts, like roadkill season. And it goes, for me, it goes through the winter into the very early spring. When the temperature, the whole cold half of the year. Just because, for one, you know, animals' bodies break down much more slowly in the cold. Great. Animals have thicker fur in the cold. Their fur is thicker, so their hides are nicer. You're keeping the hides for fur tanning. And in the wintertime, I just eat massive amounts of food in general. And I like to eat a lot of fat and a lot of meat as well. Whereas in the summer, I'm just like, I just want salads. So my lifestyle changes a bit. And it's just really, it's ideal to process animals in the cold because you don't have to deal with flies. And you can hang meat so beautifully, and it's just ideal. Which is not to say you can't pick up roadkill at other times of the year. I do. It's just that, like, if it's in the spring or the summertime, it's usually only like, oh, if I find something in the morning when I go out, when the temperatures are still cool, you know, or something really fresh. It still happens. It's just like not as much because the animals rot so much more quickly. Common sense. And, you know, with deer, November is the rut here for deer, so there's just so many more deer on the road starting in November because they're just getting hit more because they're just so excited and hormonal. So this is just so simple. I mean, the basic, I could have started this whole lecture basically with just like, if it looks good and fine, it is. And this whole class and lecture is just about going into the details of why. Why is it good to you? Why is it okay? But basically, like, if it looks real good and smells fine, looks fine, it's fine. Seriously. What's complicated is the understanding of why. Just all these things we've been going through. So number one is just like, you're looking for a body that looks relatively intact and fresh and whole. You know, like the animal was just shot, like it just fell over, like it's sleeping, right? So not like this, you know, not stuff that's like smear, you know, stuff that's just like a hunk of meat. You can't tell what it is. I was like, that's not what we're going for. No, right?
It's jerky.
Here's what people think of. They're like, I eat roadkill. You just like think of that, right? No, that's not what we're going for. You're going for something more like this. Like, oh, you know, you're driving, you see a really, you know, a chestnut colored lump ahead, right? It's easy to pick out and see. And, you know, starting in the fall is when I really just like, I'm prepared, I'm on the lookout, and so, you know, something like that. And I pretty much always go ahead and pull over as long as I can safely pull over. Sometimes I get into pretty hairy situations, but sometimes you can't, and I'll like, if I'm on a freeway, have to like go off on an exit, loop back around, get back on my freeway. If it's worth it to me, I'm like, oh, I'm so good at going around getting that and praying that it's still there. You know, like adding that extra half hour to my drive, just being like, oh, like my adrenaline's up. It's like, oh, gotta get that. I hope it's still there. I like done a lot. I've done a lot in my life. You know, you don't want to be around blind curves, and you're like, you really want to be intelligent about this. And here's the thing: it's just like with roadkill. Like, this is just me, and what I recommend is just to be fast. Like, I am fast if I can. Sometimes if it's a little animal, I'm like, drive in. If I can like pull up right next to it, open my car door, just yank it in there, put it at my feet, and just go. Like, don't deal with it then. Like, get the fuck. It's really dangerous. Just like get out of the road, okay? You'll look at the animal later. Or if it's something like this, like you can pull over to the shoulder. And like, you don't want people being all like in your face. So you don't want like comments, people stopping. Just try to eliminate that whole aspect of life, but just like be fast and be what's the word? Like direct, efficient. Yeah. So like, you know, just like pull over before you even get out of the car. Like, I have my plan. I'm just like, okay, get ready. So here's what I do. I mean, first, you know, I can see it. The animal looks relatively intact and whole. Great. I'm gonna go get out. Okay, so the first thing is just like what are these? Are like 5 things or something. A smell. And you can usually smell it before you get out of the car. If you smell like a super strong, horrible stench, that thing is freaking rotting. Like, it's no good. Okay? Don't even bother. If you get close to it and you're like, whoo, man! Like, just, it's not worth it. It's obvious. It'll be obvious to you. Second is flies. If you can like visually see lots of flies swarming around it in the warm season, it means like the flies have already gotten to it. They're laying their eggs. It's gonna be a pain in the butt. Like, I don't do it. If an animal already has flies all over it, I'm just like, nah. And which you can usually see from the road driving. It's just not worth it. Like, they will be all inside the eyes. They will have gotten all in the anus and laid eggs. Like, they're all over there. The hide is going to be full of eggs. You know, this is all relative. This is like me as a modern person in my daily life. If you're like starving to death or an extreme situation, it's just different. Eat the damn thing. Okay, but this is like day-to-day life for me. Maggots. If you can visually see the animal breathing with maggots. Okay. These are all like obvious, immediate things you can notice immediately. You can notice all these things with a glance. You don't even have to be that close to the animal. And bloat. Okay, so sometimes it's hard to tell on the angle of an animal. Sometimes, you know, even a small animal, once it's laid like this, sometimes the rib cage pops up so much that it's hard to tell if there's bloating happening in the belly. Sometimes you gotta get up to it. But sometimes you can usually see from afar, like a deer usually can. If you go by a deer, like its belly is just like, oh, really visibly bloated.
And it's
You know.
like this.
Yeah. There's degrees of bloatedness. Oh gosh.
Somebody eat that?
So, you know, like a little little bit of bloatedness happens a lot. But if your animal's like a balloon, it's just like, whoa. You know, if you really needed to, like probably the front legs are fine on it if you want to get close and just cut off front legs, most likely. But if it's just a severely bloated animal, like, there's other stuff on the road. I'm not going to deal with it. So these are like your immediate first glance. You don't have to do anything. You probably don't even have to get out of your car. These are things I notice without even stopping. Like I can see it, you know, ahead of the car and even see those things immediately. Just like, nope, flies, nope, bloated. So smell, an awful, reeking, immediate bad smell. You can smell from a distance. Tons of flies, obvious maggots, and bloat. It's just like, that animal is really a little too far gone. It'd be worth your while. If you really needed meat, yes, there's a lot of salvageable meat and stuff on those animals, yes.
What about the fur on the animals with bloat?
We're gonna get, that's the next slide, we'll get to that. Fur. Okay, so those are things that you can just see from a distance. Okay, then at your animal, you're getting close to it. Okay, you have to actually walk up to it now. And these are then kind of the second round. You know, if your animal like passes the first round of your first glance, okay, it passes, it looks great. Get up to it. Things I usually notice immediately, this can all happen in a split second, you know, is the eyes, look at the eyes. Okay, like the eyes should be wet, like they'll be black or dark, sometimes they'll be cloudy, it's fine, but they'll be wet. Now, if the eyes are like way sunken in the sockets, like an inch or two, like a mummy, or dried out, it takes a while for that to happen on an animal. That animal's been there a while. So the eyes should appear black. Sometimes they get like a bluish tinge if they're getting cloudy, that's fine, doesn't matter. They should look, you know, like an eye, not like a mummy creature.
I thought they got eaten a lot quickly.
They do get eaten a lot.
Then you can't tell that, can
That's true. So it doesn't matter. Like if the eyes are gone,
Yeah.
it's fine.
Okay.
But yeah, like even Juliet, you know, this great, extremely wise lover of animals, you know, she observed wild wolves in her understanding of how to raise hounds in a semi-wild way, dogs. And she would always notice, or she's written about this at least, that when wolves kill an animal, the first two things they want to eat first are one, the intestines, and two, the eyeballs. Okay? And this is how she really understood that wolves are omnivores, because they're going for the intestines first. Because in the intestines are all the nuts, grains, herbs, grasses, all the things that grazing animal was eating, that the wolf needs. They're omnivores. They need all of that. They just don't necessarily eat it all directly. They eat it through the guts, because they're eating the whole animal of the animals they kill. Right? So they want the guts first, and the eyeballs. Just because they're so extremely vitamin and mineral rich. Yeah, so even like crows and birds will pick out eyeballs. Seagulls will like to pick out the eyeballs. Pretty wise stuff. So you can just glance at the eyes. It's not a big deal. Really the main thing that I do is pay attention to belly fur. Okay, so the animal is laying. Sometimes this is really the only thing that I do. Sorry, just go up to the animal. So by belly, I'm talking about like lower belly, like right where the navel would be. So not like upper chest cavity, lower belly. Which this is. So you're going right over where the intestines are. Okay. So I'm going straight to the belly. That may mean I have to just like grab the leg and turn the animal over, but not usually. You can usually just go straight to the belly. All I'm gonna do is use like two little fingers. I'm going right for the fur on the belly, and I'm just gonna do this. Gently, I'm not like trying to pull the fur out. Just like you would on your own hair or something. Just like, and just see, did the fur come out, okay? Because this part of the animal is the first part of the animal to rot. Because the intestines are gonna be the first part to start creating heat. And there's all the intestinal juices in there. Just everything starts breaking down here first. So the skin right here is gonna be the first part of the hide to rot, okay? the first sign of skin breaking down is the hair shedding. It's the very earliest sign of a skin breaking down. So you just go, right? And if just like a whole clump of hair comes out in your fingers, just like slicks right off, you're like, whoa, okay, this is animal starting to get old. If it's super tight, if the hair on the belly, we call that tight, if it like stays like a living animal, like this, you know. If it's just as tight as a living animal, you're like, great. Nope, if you have no other indicator at all, just the belly hair, and it's super tight, that animal is really fresh and in great condition. Grab it, that animal's gonna be awesome. The meat's probably gonna be great, the hide is in excellent condition to tan. You know, aside from wounds and broken bones and stuff. So really, the belly fur thing. If you do nothing else, just do this belly fur thing. You know, you may do this and it's sort of like you get kind of some fur, like shedding, like more shedding that would be natural for an animal. Just like some of the hair is definitely falling out. You know, then it's like some of the hair's starting to come loose, right? So the hair is super tight. It's like, you know, animal, okay. Tight, grab the leg and the car. That's it. Do the rest of the animal. That's it. Like, that's all you're doing. Tight here, grab the leg and the car. If you pull and it's like, whoa, hair really comes out of the belly, then I'll usually go, so I go from the thinnest skin. This skin is the thinnest skin on the body for the most part on the animal. If it's like really sliming off, I'll immediately go to the back of the animal and go to the thickest skin, which is here. The scruff, back of the neck and the spine. Okay? And then tug on the hair there. Just like tug, tug. If hair is coming out just like sliming off of the thinnest part of the skin and the thickest part of the skin, that animal is really rotting, right? Because it takes a long time for hair to totally fall out of the thickest part of the skin. Because it starts at the thinnest part of the skin. So if like hair all over the animal is just like coming off in clumps, like whoa, the thing is really rotting. And it would probably smell really bad. If like hair is just like whew, really coming out of the belly, but you do that on the back real quick, you know, on the leg, just pick a couple other places. And it's relatively tight everywhere else, go ahead and grab it. This means there's a little bit of breakdown here, it's fine. But the rest of the animal should be good. Does that make sense? I know it's a lot to just like say, do it. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Yeah, indeed.
What about pests on the outside? Like I picked up a small squirrel one time and it had so many ticks all over it that I just ended up burying it because
Oh wow.
I mean, then you hear these stories about, you know, people getting bubonic plague or whatever from the fleas on the, is that just, you know, what we've been told? Is that just?
I mean, you know, it's not really going to be any different than being around a farm animal or any other animal that's outdoors. I don't feel like I've ever come upon an animal that's been like mercilessly riddled with ticks or insects. I mean, commonly, as soon as an animal dies, the ticks and the fleas vacate the body. So commonly when I'm processing an animal or the hide, you know, I'll notice like, whew, there's a little tick on my hand or one here, like they'll jump off. So you just want to like be aware when you're processing them. And you know, maybe that just happens once every 4 or 5 or 6 times I process an animal. Just be like, oh, there's a little tick there. Just pay attention to my hands. It's usually been pretty minor. It depends on the part of the country and stuff. Like since I work with hides so much in different places where I go, like for a while, what was it? I don't know. You know, when you have a hide and like, or if it's, you know, just the neck, you know, when there's fur on the hide, you can't really see the skin, but when you take off the fur to make leather, I noticed that like hides from Maryland, like coons and foxes and stuff, once I could see the neck area, usually much more than like my hides from Georgia or other places, would just be riddled with tick scars along the necks, which you can see in the skin. They're like holes and divots and discolorations. So I can almost tell like where the hide had came from. So I noticed a lot more ticks here. It also depends if it's like farm country versus other places. So it just varies a lot. But yeah, I'm usually never like that concerned with it. Yeah, I've gone through some gross stuff before. Yeah, stuff that you I don't even want to talk about. Yeah. And I mean, you know, insects and parasites, you know, all the stuff we like makes our skin crawl, but okay guys, I kid you not, I've done this, okay. Skinning a possum, have it hung up, roadkill possum. I think this one was even sad. I think it was a mother and like she had her wee babies, no bigger than the tip of your finger in her pouch, because they're born essentially as fetuses and then they crawl into the pouch and they basically just live as if they're in the womb, but inside the pouch, just like latched on to a little nipple inside of this furry pouch world. So, you know, all of her babies had died. She'd been hit by a car, she died. Skinning her, so I'm already just like heartbroken. I'm like pulling out all these little babies and putting them there. I'm just like, oh, this is so intense, right? And I get in there and hanging it, maybe I cut off the head. And you know, I'm just all of a sudden like, a tangle of parasite worms just like wreaths out of the neck and they're falling on the ground. You know, I'm just like, like long white tangled things, you know, just like, just from like the esophagus, like the tracheal area. Like, so that clearly they were coming out from the stomach. You know, they're like making the body move. You're like, it's coming back to life. You know? But they're just vacating. Like they're coming out. And you know, I'm like, whew. Okay, keep butchering it, you know, after that, like, they're gone. And then, like, you know, after that, it's like you butcher this animal, this piece of meat, and, like, the legs, even, like, rinse out the inside, the torso, and taking out all the organs and guts, and what would have been the stomach isn't even there anymore, right? So it's essentially this completely cleaned out, perfect-looking piece of meat, torso and legs. You know, just like hose it off like it looks perfect. There's no parasites in there now. They were in the stomach. The stomach has been gone. The parasites are gone. It's washed out. I cooked that possum. I ate that possum. A handful of other people ate that possum. Made great stew. You know, like, it sounds horrible when you think about it, but when you're there with it, you're seeing the animal and you're like touching it, you're like, but this is still perfect meat. This leg is beautiful. This is all beautiful, you know? And even if there was an egg, a parasite egg in there, it was cooked the shit out of, you know? So, you know, just take that with a grain of salt, you know? Yeah. I've seen really foul stuff on hides before. The weirdest thing I've ever seen on an animal, to be honest, was a deer. It was actually just the hide. I didn't have the whole animal. And it was from farmland. I had a whole batch. It was like 10 hides. My friend had gotten to me from, it was in the mountains, but the hides had come from the foothills, more farmland area in North Carolina. You can always tell that farmland deer hides, because after I take the fur off, you can all of a sudden see all the scars on the skin. A lot of those farmland deer hides, all of a sudden there'll be these long, dramatic line scars all the way down the back, from the neck all the way down the back to the rump, like just claw marks almost. You're like, what is like years worth of these lines, which are barbed wire wounds, because they're just getting underneath all the farm fences to graze and stuff and just being lacerated by these just long, continuous. This is one of those hides, and I took off the fur. And underneath the entire skin, it was like 100 million pimples, like white blisters, like 100 million pimples all over the entire hide, all filled with white pus, like the biggest horrible whitehead pimple you could imagine, all over the side, like in clusters, all over. And I was just like, what is this? And when I would scrape them with my fleshing tool or something, like all of them would like the white pus would like wiggle out like 100 million worms coming out of them. And I was just like, I have never seen anything like this. don't know if that animal got into some pesticides or something that gave it a terrible reaction. Something was going on. And I also thought about like, because those hides came from my friend who was working at a deer processor. He was like working there to learn. So it was a deer that had come from a hunter then, who had sent it to a deer processor. And I just was like, I wonder what the rest of that deer was like what the meat was like, the person who ate it. That was the foulest hide. And I almost threw it out. And I was like, Victoria, if you do this, you will never be able to tell anyone else if these kinds of hides are tannable or not. And I spent like 2 months trying to tan that thing, and I think it may still exist in the freezer, tanned but not softened in Florida. I just went for it. It was one of the hardest. So for months I was just like scraping it, like trying to get more and more of the pus out. Whew, yeah, it's intense. It's definitely getting intense. It doesn't have to. You can just say no to those projects. You'd be like, no thanks. I'm gonna stay with the more intact animals. No, thank you.
You don't have to eat that worm possum?
You don't have to eat the worm possum. It's like you don't have to do that to yourself. I'm like, for the sake of knowledge. No, I'm probably just like halfway masochist or something. I'm a weird kid. Anyway, what the hell were we talking about? Belly fur. Okay. All right. Eyes, belly fur. I'm like laughing. Okay, yeah, so that's the only two things really. When you're up close to an animal, you can see at the eyes and the belly fur. And if that belly fur is super tight, animal's super fresh. If it's a little bit sheddy, go ahead and take it. It's gonna be all pretty good. Yeah, if the hair is super slopping off, then it's a little bit more intermediate, I guess. Like I could totally use an animal like that and still tan the hide, but with the fur off. Yeah, if you're hoping to save skins to tan furs, you really need the hair to be really tight. The skin needs to be really, really fresh and nice, and the hair really tight to tan with the fur on. It's the hardest type of tanning. But if it's not, the hair is not tight, the hide can still be good for leather, and a lot of the meat's probably still good. Yeah, so just get that animal into your car, and then it's usually later, like I pull over, stop later, wait till I'm home, and then I examine the animal more. Just like, okay, take my time. What's going on here, and where are the big wounds, and what we got going on, before I kind of decide my game plan for how I'm gonna process it and skin it. Do people feel like they want more information about our questions, just about like then processing the animal, like once you take it home? It's hard to, it's best done by doing, learn by doing, but
Are you open to doing like another session if it gets colder out, where we
yeah, I'm
do what
totally
you were
open
gonna do today, where we bring animals?
Yeah, I'm totally open to scheduling another time, like February or March. Probably still cold enough in March for anyone who really wants to just like hands-on and process animals for the sake of processing them. Because it really is just like you just get in there. Your body just does it. Yeah, especially if you guys now kind of just feel a lot more confident about picking up animals. And hopefully if the weather gets colder again.
Is it against the law to pick up different animals besides the
It's
birds?
a great question. Here's my answer, if you want it.
I'd say yes, it is.
I'm
but
even
I
on
just-
recording here. So my honest answer, people have asked me this for years, my honest answer is I don't know, because I choose not to know. Because
You can only say, I don't know.
I don't give a fuck. That's why. The more PC answer to that is that in general in most counties, so this varies state by state, county by county, a lot of counties may not even necessarily have actual laws or not. It's more just like social taboos. The ones that do, like I have found the more like legal concern is about bigger animals like deer. So animals that have a hunting season that has a limit. So like if you are a hunter like in North Georgia, it's like if you are a hunter during deer season, you know, there's a certain limit of deer you're allowed to hunt, and you have to have each one tagged because you're not allowed to go over that limit, right? So there needs to be a record how many deer you've hunted. So if you are a hunter and you come upon a fresh roadkill deer, you're supposed to like call the sheriff to come out and tag that deer for you so that it's documented, so that that deer, you could, if you wanted, send to a processor or something, and that deer isn't going to count against your number for that season. So say in a certain place you're allowed to hunt 5 deer in a season. You can still hunt 5 deer and take a roadkill deer and it be legal. So that's where the tagging comes into play, right? So that you're not having to like, where did that deer come from? You hunted too many deer that season. Like, no, I didn't hunt it. It's a roadkill. So that's where that does come into play. And I don't know how much people do that in different places. I know in North Georgia people do that. Did you raise your hand?
Virginia, they do. I had a friend who who hit a deer, and then the cops came, and she wanted to take it home, and they gave her tags for it so that she could legally have it in her car.
Oh wow, that's great.
And I think it's because you're supposed to, like, if you have a deer, you're supposed to have a permit for hunting, in addition to the like individual tags for the deer. And I also know one more thing about the legal stuff, but if you don't want me to say it out loud, I could write it on your book. So that we can all just feign ignorance.
I don't know, I guess it's all worth us knowing.
I'm curious to know.
I found out this year because I picked up a beaver that it's illegal to pick up beaver because like beavers are trapped for fur, and
Yeah,
I think
that
it's
makes
also
sense to
similar
me.
about hunting permits. So beaver and deer are two that I know you're not supposed to pick up without permission or a permit or a tag. But
Probably
I don't
bear,
know
too.
like spoil and rabbit and oh yeah, bear.
Yeah, I imagine like animals that have more strict hunting season and limits in general, they're just more restricted animals in general. So yeah, I have always gotten that sense place by place, so like species makes a difference. Whereas like things like gray squirrel and possum and coon that are all over the place, I have generally found that like nobody gives a shit because they're such common animals and they're all over. But yeah, I do feel like black bear probably falls into that category for most places too, and for good reason. Like you can understand how there's a lot of black bears down in North Carolina. Up here, you know, there's really not as many black bears. Like the black bear hunting season here, you know, like I have friends who go black bear hunting and they likely will not get a bear the whole season. Like it's just not the same. So in areas where certain animals have low populations or they're over hunted, you know, you can understand that you may, as a community, might not want people just having dead black bears and be like, where did you get that? You could have just hunted that illegally and lied and said that it's roadkill. So you know how that can get kind of weird, you know?
Yeah,
Like
any
animals
protected
that have-
species.
Are protected and have sensitive populations, or like certain weasels are rare, even more protected and rare. Yeah, it's a shame about beavers because they are classified as vermin in many places. Like in North Georgia, beaver, coyote, at least those two, probably some other, are classified as vermin, and you're allowed to kill as many as you want all year long.
Mm-hmm.
Don't even have to eat it, don't have a permit, nothing. Because they, you know, because since they alter farmland, coyotes kill farm animals and beavers flood fields, and landowners have the right to exterminate them in order to save their property, you know, so that's why they classify it as vermin, which is, yeah, I'm always that jerk going around sitting on beaver traps with sticks. Because I'm always afraid I'm gonna step in them. I'm like, I'm going around in this swamp. Like, what the motherfucker? You think like don't people explore in nature? Like, what if I stepped in there? Freaking jerk. I love sativas. Yeah. Let's see. Any other pieces of that topic? Yeah, this is also where I just mean like need for speed. I'm just like, people don't ask questions, I don't have to answer them. You know. So there's that aspect to it, the kind of social, political aspect to it. And then there's the sort of other side to it that I generally think of as what I call the laws of humanity or the laws of the earth, which to me is that, you know, in this country and all over the world, an immoral and inhumane volume of animal parts are put in dumpsters and roadkill, or dumpsters and landfills. And I find that to be against the law of nature and against the law of humanity. Hides, you know, so many beautiful materials that could be useful in integrated parts of our lives. I'm talking about mountains of fat, mountains of hides, mountains of organs, mountains of entire animals, mountains of heads, mountains of feet. Just it like really goes beyond the telling. Yeah, for God's sake, even farms that raise bison, you know, can fill up dumpsters of buffalo hides. You know, it's just it can break a human's brain. If you feel connected to the animal, it can break your brain. So certainly, like, I don't feel like it's possible for me to like single-handedly, like, I'm gonna use all the unused animals. Like, it's impossible. Like, I would have to work full-time, and I would never, like, if I just quit everything else I did and just processed animal parts from waste streams, it'd be a full-time job for me and a million other people. Like, it's extraordinary. It's an extraordinary amount of work. So that's often where I sit with it. I don't I don't like to take roadkill from vultures. I feel bad. I've done it once and I felt bad. Like, I stole your territory. But if vultures are like really going at it already, I'm just like, it's yours. You guys deserve it. You guys are hungry. Right, because, you know, they need it too. That's what they eat. But for the most part, most of these animals just rot in the ditches or end up in the landfill. Anything else? Questions on that topic? Just like PC-ness of picking up roadkill before we go into animal species.
Questions about Lyme and rabies might be one subject back, but Lyme is not an issue with raw deer.
Lyme disease?
Yeah, it's not transmissible that way.
I've never heard of Lyme disease being a danger factor when processing animals. But it could be. I don't know. But among all the folks that I live with and have processed animals with, I haven't heard that come up.
It has to get into your blood. It probably gets called by your stomach acid.
And also, it's when it's like injected by a tick, it's like in large quantities too.
I would imagine it would be all through the system of an infected deer, right?
Yeah, but it's like
Mostly in the
concentrated. I think it's like concentrated, isn't it?
I don't know.
I don't know.
And then
It's like, and it's being injected in a concentrated.
I mean, that would be an issue, but you don't hear about that ever in like beef industry, and that would be an issue with beef also,
They would
if it was
have
an issue
Lyme.
with deer.
Yeah.
Right?
Probably.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've never heard of it.
How about rabies?
Rabies
These
is
rodents.
killed by cooking.
Okay.
If rabies is in an animal. I don't feel like I've ever encountered an animal that was obviously rabid. You know,
Are there signs in the carcass?
so it's like when you pick up an animal, I mean, another thing I didn't mention, when you're picking up an animal, like, use your common sense too. Like, the animal should look healthy. And what I mean is, like, it's a wild animal that's able to take care of itself, right? If it's an animal that's like got weird mangy patches, you know, like if it's weirdly scrawny or skinny, like if an animal looks like was having trouble taking care of itself, that would be a red flag for me. Or like, if it's obvious, like, oh, this animal was suffering from something, it wasn't eating right, it like, I would like trust your gut and not be like, oh, well, I could use the hide. I'd be like, it's not worth it. I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, pretty much. I've never seen that in roadkill. Have I? Yeah, but you know, if like rabies was in muscle tissue or something like that and you cooked it, it's not a problem. In general, when you're processing any animal, no matter from where, You know, in general, it's never a great idea to have open wounds on your hands and on your body when you're processing an animal. You're like in direct contact with their blood and their skin and their flesh. Have I had little teeny nicks and scrapes on my hands all the time when I'm processing stuff? Yeah, because I'm like a kid who like freaking rolls around in pricker bushes, you know, like I just have nicks all over myself all the time. But if I really have like a real cut or something, then I'm either gonna like really wrap that or not use that hand that day or just like not be processing animals that week. Like if you really have open wound, or wear rubber gloves. Like I'm not a person personally who wears rubber gloves processing animals, but if you're immunocompromised, I have folks who've had, what's that called? It's like an immunocompromised skin condition that flares up easily from different things. If you have something in your system and you know from your body, from experience, that like I'm really sensitive to stuff, trust that. Like just have some extra layers to yourself. So like even those cheap rubber gloves you can buy at grocery stores, or you can like buy more heavy duty thick gloves. I know tanners who like ordered them online. They like go up to here and they're like awesome, they last forever. But even those cheap dollar ones from the grocery store, I don't like using them because they don't last long. I have to throw them out. Maybe we'll talk more about that at the end, but there are a couple occasions that I have used rubber gloves before. But in general, you do want to avoid like open wounds on your hands coming into contact with blood. For the most part, our skin is a fantastic barrier, right? We have epidermis, we have grain, we have like so many different layers to our skin. They're fantastic barriers to stuff. So yeah, like I said, I've never contracted anything through my skin by physically processing an animal. Which doesn't mean it's not possible. It happens to people. It's just life. We're humans. Processing animal naturally involves risk. Yeah, so Lyme, I don't know. Rabies is killed by cooking technically, but you wouldn't want like your own blood to get in contact with an animal's blood. I think that would be bad with rabies.
I saw an article recently about, I think it was hunters getting TB from deer or something.
On my way up here in Virginia, I was staying with friends, and my Virginian friend told me they had read something in an article in the paper there or something about tuberculosis in deer. We researched it, and we tried to follow like where did it come from, is there any basis to this, and I didn't get my question answered. But I had never heard of that, and it was like I wasn't able to get my question answered of by opening a deer's lungs. Can a hunter, a person contract this just from breathing around a deer's lungs that has this? Do you feel like that's...
I read the article and I did not understand fully. My question after reading it was that it seemed kind of alarmist, like it was really scarce of an issue and there might be an agenda to offering the article and the information in the way that it did, like overblowing the risk for purposes of fear. And I don't know who wanted to do that or why, but that was the impression that I took. But then I also wanted to check with people who are already doing that, like how real does it seem to them?
Yeah, it should be nice to know, like, if any person ended up in the hospital or anyone who actually contracted anything.
People did.
That's interesting.
I can look it up and share it.
Yes, that's what's worth knowing.
If I remember properly, tuberculosis survives outside the body for months on end. So it
So
could
it's
be
already around.
theoretically contractable because they used to go into a bunch of abandoned buildings, and some of those were TB institutes. We wear respirators to make sure that nothing survived, that anything that survived wouldn't be picked up. But it can live for quite some time outside the body.
It's really intense.
I don't know.
No, she told me that recently.
Yeah, so to me there's just like this real world place, like navigating this line between, on the one hand, our culture has these established social stories now, backed up by, hype and sort of loose science that are basically telling us, be afraid of wild animals. Don't touch them, don't make them part of your life. Be afraid of them, they'll hurt you. Our culture has a million stories to back that up. And then, sort of on the opposite end of the spectrum is like people other than this culture who just live day in and day out with wild animals and depend on them in every way for everything, and domestic animals. So to me, to like strike a, how do you walk as a human today and tomorrow in this world and make decisions that are informed? It's a dance to me. So it's like I try to read what I can and digest what makes sense and believe what has sound backing, and sometimes I just make a decision, and I think that the cost of our culture's allegiance to these beliefs that the wild world is dangerous and scary, I think the cost of that to me is higher than the risk for me, the basic everyday risk of processing wild animals. Because to me, the cost of our separation, like, wild animals are scary, they're dangerous, don't touch them, they'll get you rabies, they'll kill you. Right? The cost of separating ourselves completely means that we stop knowing the animals, we stop understanding them. We experience ourselves and our entire lives as separate from them. They will fall. Just like what's happening all over the world, the entire world will fall. Every species will fall. If we I know it sounds so cheesy, but it's like if they stop being members of our family, they don't have a chance, So to me, the cost, the value of being close, like intimately close, which I think is why I went from being like a crazy like vegan breatharian like person who was like, I'm never gonna eat meat again in my entire life, like everyone who does is evil. I was a bit extremist. I think that I went from there to like, just like being covered in blood, like deep down in the guts. It was just because I wanted that closeness. Like it might look different on the outside, like polar opposites, but actually it was because I needed and wanted that intimacy and that closeness to be right there with them, which I think is a natural human response. I think we miss each other as species. I think we all miss each other and want to be close and want to know each other on the inside, spiritually and physically, and And when you're with an animal, it's like you cannot feign separation at a certain point. Like I am pushing your poop out of your intestines, like I am cutting around your anus, like I'm popping out your eyeballs, and I'm eating them. Whoa, I'm like up to here in your blood, in your guts, and whoa, your guts just belched and I smelled it all. It's like there is no way you can pretend that like you are not all up in each other. It's funny, it's gross, it's funny, there's parasites, there's dead babies, like dead feet. Like I've had friends who processed deer with, whole grown fetuses inside, and like tanned them and done like the death work. Like stuff can get really tense and thick. But I think that the closeness is what helps me personally as a human being to stay sane one day to the next, because it helps me feel alive. The more connected I feel to everything around me, the more I feel alive. And I struggle in our world to feel alive, and to keep anxiety and depression and all those things we're so riddled with in our modern world at bay. So this just has been a medicine for me. This has been a walk that I'm walking. I didn't really choose, but I don't necessarily do it because it's practical. I do it because it's practical, but I also do it because it just like keeps me alive. It's like a personal medicine, and certainly does not necessarily need to be for everyone. So it's a roundabout. Any other questions before I just go into some species? Victoria's just gonna blab her lips for an entire day.
Okay, coons.
When they're dead, they're so fat and just blob. And when they're alive, they're so delicate and up on their feet and they poke like this. And you're like, where are they hiding all of that fat? Right? And when they're dead, they're just like these like. Yeah, probably one of the most common animals on the roadside throughout all the Southeast. one of the most common animals in general. They tend to be most people's first roadkill because they're so common. And it's tough because, you know, they're so common. People pick them up, and sometimes they're people's first experience tanning a hide or processing an animal. And they're one of the hardest. So people get frustrated and they're like, this is so hard. Especially with the hide. They're like, God, fucking it up. It's not you. It's like, coons are really hard. Just a couple things about them. They're fatty. They tend to be fatty. In general, young animals are less fatty. The older an animal is, the more fatty it is. In general. So that's no matter which species. Aside from that, certain species are fatty animals in general, and certain ones are not. So if it's like a really, really young coon, it might not actually have much fat on it at all, or none. But if it's full grown, they should. They're typically fatty animals, which is really great because there's just not that many wild animals that are fatty. Okay, remember the whole rabbit starvation thing? Okay. In our modern world, we kind of have too much fat. In a wild landscape or a wild tended landscape, fat is so precious. A wild animal had to work so hard for every speck of fat that it put on its body. Right? It had to work so hard to eat all that food, to find it, to catch it, and to store it. Like it's gold, basically. It's what gets it through the winter. It's what allows it to have the energy and the stamina to have its babies and to nurse them and to get through tough times. Like fat is the gold of planet Earth. And it's a really important sacred material. And if we don't eat fat in our diet, we die too. So coons just happen to be, they're a small animal that's fatty, which is nice. But their fat is greasy and thin. So they are greasy animals. When you're skinning them, their skin's very greasy. So they're difficult. Sometimes you have to wear rubber gloves because they're just so greasy in there. Like, ugh, like in between the skin and the meat can sometimes just be greasy and slippery. Right, so like raccoon skins in general, their skins tend to be pretty tough and thick, the leather, which makes them pretty tough to tan. They're a lot of work to tan. And fatty skins are difficult to tan. So fatty, thick, and tough skins means they're a lot of work to tan. It's very hard to get that to be a supple hide. However, their fur is one of the warmest furs around in the southeast. When I'm making stuff that's like for the cold weather, like this hat I wear every day in the winter, like rabbit. Like, oh yeah, when it's cold, this is warm. When it's like in the teens and like the wind is blaring, raccoon hat is just like nothing warmer. Coon fur inside and outside is just like so warm. Your head will be sweating in this. If it's like 10 degrees and in the snow, your head will still be sweating. So great.
Since they're so tough, would they be good for shoes?
Well, here's the thing. Raccoons are funny. Small animal. Their necks, I call them little buffalo necks, because their neck. So this part is always going to be the thickest skin on any animal. On a raccoon, it's like disproportionately thick. It's like so thick, and then it does thin out at the belly skin. So they almost like the skins are almost like little manta rays to me. Like they're kind of ridiculous. Sometimes people thin the neck skin. It's a lot of work. So, probably like maybe just the neck or the back could be useful for a shoe sole, but not the whole. The whole hide gets thinner on the edges. But the furs are great. But yeah, like the furs are so awesome and warm, and they also make fabulous hair off leather though. Like I definitely have hair off. Oh yeah. Yeah. I love these leathers. There's probably a bunch in here, so I'll pass them around. So yeah, they're just like great. Like their leather. Their skins are so good, hair on or hair off. Yeah, it's almost like cow. It's like nice, thick, strong leather. So even if it's a raccoon in the warm season and the hair is slipping, it's totally worth taking the hair off, and they still make really nice leather. This is raccoon leather too. Good stuff. Okay. Their meat is pretty dark. It's dark and strong tasting and pungent. It's one of my favorite wild meats. Some people don't like it because it's strong and pungent. To me, it's fatty, it's dark, and it's rich. Those are my favorite wild meats. Their fur is one of the warmest. They tend to be tough, unless it's a really young, immature animal. I like to with coons, I like to hang the meat. Don't salt it unless I have to. Hang it, you know, for at least a few days or a week. But really just some hanging just really improves it. Hang it for a little while and then slow cook a stew. And like, or even just one leg at a time. And it's like dark. It makes like the broth is almost like a beef stew, like dark, rich, fatty. A little bit of a strong gamey taste, but I love it. Oh, I like it when it pulls apart. So just the rich fattiness. Oh, so nice. Yeah, but they're a little challenging to process. They're worth it. What else about coons? Any other questions about ringtails? I can't think of anything else I do with them. There's lots of examples in here. I used to actually wear this. Some of you know. It was really cold. I don't even, part of it's, I can't remember how it quite fits together. Now it would probably only, like, it'd be good for like storytelling, you know, like someone who's doing storytelling with kids or something like that. But you know, the fur is just, oh, it's like coming home. Yeah, it's like gonna be so cool. I don't know, if people want to put their face in some like October gardens.
Yeah, this one's softer.
I mean, that one's gonna smell like oak bark because it's.
Possums who do it with this.
Like every finger has 100 million senses in it. Like they're feeling to a degree that we can't possibly imagine feeling. It's almost like each finger is like a spiral. Oh my god, their fingers. Yeah, good comment. Yeah, possums are all over the road. I feel like all over the spectrum. I feel like sometimes I've processed possums that are really lean and others are really fatty. Possums and coons, when they're old animals, sometimes they can, I know it sounds weird, but they tend to store their fat like in their butts. Like right around here, there'll be like these extra, when you're skinning it, there'll be these large deposits of white fat kind of around the butt. And you can just kind of, enough that you can actually like cut whole chunks off and render it or use it. Sometimes it's enough fat to use to tan a whole bunch of fur hides. Yeah, and possums, like, they're weird. I love them, but their skins are super thin, but they're really tight and strong. It's really bizarre. So even when you make a leather out of them, they make pretty supple leather, but it's like tight. It's thin and tight. It's like doesn't have any body to it. It's really weird. So they're like kind of nice to tan. They go pretty easily. A lot of different examples probably around here of possums. Yeah, so I don't make like a nice full bodied leather. It's like tight and like I get a floppy. I work hard at it, but this one's dyed with like walnuts. I call it the leopard of Appalachia. Make a hat out of this. Yeah, their leather hair off is really weird. Oh wait, this thing is possum leather. Where did it go? This one. So yeah, you can see like supple but thin. Kind of strange. Very thin and no body to it. It's pretty magical though. And their fur is warm and soft, wonderful fur. Their meat is very light. You know, I really think that if you took possum and if you aged it right, cooked it right, and made like a chicken soup type of stew, the majority of people wouldn't be able to tell the difference if it was chicken or possum. She really did well. Just light. It's one of my least favorite meats because it's so bland. Like I like the dark, fatty, rich stuff. It's a light meat, and it like almost has a little, like when it's fresh, it almost has like a little bit of, to me, it's almost like a slimy texture or like a little bit of viscousness. It doesn't have like, it's not a dry texture meat. There's like something just a little, its own little possumy odor, but it's just like really improved by hanging. It's like, I can't tell you enough about hanging. When you just hang an animal, it's like, it also just like improves the texture of the meat, chills out some of the funky flavors of the animals. Like it just gets better. The meat just gets better. I can't tell you anything more about that. You can at least hang, skin it, hang possum for at least a few days or something, then it's not bad. No, I usually cook the whole thing in a stew, pick the meat, make like a chicken soup type of stew with it. It's pretty bland. Yeah, the furs are wonderful. And just pretty thin all over. And pretty easy to deal with, to handle.
Is that like chickens are bland?
You saying why chickens are bland?
No, some have stronger taste, but I've never eaten most wild things. Is the way that they're bland the same way that chickens are bland?
Yeah, it's kind of like chicken breast meat. Chicken breast meat, it doesn't have a lot of extra flavor, really. It's just very light colored. It's kind of how possum is, except it doesn't have that dry texture. It's more like slippery, which is why the aging helps. It's like less, it has a better, nicer texture when you age it. Was there another question around?
Possums. Possums, possums. Parasites optional.
The next one. Okay, the wild rabbit. I mean, I process so many domestic rabbits. Wild rabbits are just, I haven't come upon many of them recently. No, they're wonderful. So the cottontail is the wild rabbit here in the southeast. Thing with cottontails is their skins are so thin. If you just sneeze looking at it, the skin will tear. Right? And so when they get hit by a car or they're hunted or anything, like their skin will just tear. It's so hard to even skin a wild rabbit without just tearing the skin. It's like tissue paper. I mean, it's like, why did the creator make an animal with such, like, oh, it just seems like if they ran through a pricker bush, like their skin would just, it's like, oh God, why? So to me, like, the skins of wild cottontails are like, they're almost impossible to handle. Cause like, I just rip them to like, have to be so careful to skin it and have it a whole piece. And then tanning it, I tend to be pretty rough with tanning because I like this leathers to be really supple and relaxed. It takes a lot of work, which is hard to do with wild rabbit without them disintegrating. So I just destroy them. I think there was one example up here that I'll probably find it. It's not as good as you can get. So they're not really an exciting fur hide. Maybe if you have magical powers that I don't. But their meat is just fantastic. Like, wow, like nobody, if you eat meat and enjoy meat, nobody can object to wild rabbit meat. Like, it's fantastic. It's like mild but not bland. It's kind of a lightish meat. There's not a speck of fat on a wild rabbit. Zero. Except in the brain. They are lean, lean, lean. I like to hang rabbits. I like to hang everything. They're just good every which way. They're not that tough.
Is this a groundhog?
It's a possum
Really?
that I then dyed in black walnut husk, and it dyed the white fur orange. Black walnut. It does the same thing to squirrels. Totally not expected. That's why the leather is so dark, because it's the black walnut was coloring it. I know, it's crazy.
You can definitely tell it's more pliable and soft. I thought maybe it was a raccoon in a different method of tanning.
Just two possums.
Make a good bed.
It's funny. Yeah, that one. It's really fun. Really nice, actually. I didn't like it at first, and then I changed my mind. Can't find that little wild rabbit skin. Thought it was around here. Yeah, you really just can't fuck it up with the rabbit. I kind of like, I get very excited when a wild rabbit comes into my life.
Oh, wonderful and delicious. Spoiler first. Spoiler first. Here's a little one. Here's a little cottontail.
So you can see, like, it's like ripped all and to sew it and like tanned it mostly with the membrane layer on. Don't worry about that. It's tanner jarny. So it's not, there's nothing beautiful. At least it's flexible and it's preserved, But oh my goodness, they're so soft. It's just like this little scrap of something. Wonderful wild rabbits. A very delicate skin, 0 fat. Really nice meat, mild, tender, fairly tender. And gray squirrels everywhere, you know. Main squirrel of the East Coast. I mean, I have probably picked up more gray squirrel roadkill than any other animal ever. Like, there's so many squirrels. Hunters give me squirrels. Everybody's got squirrels coming to me. I love squirrels. I love squirrels. And it's kind of this translates to fox squirrels and red squirrels. But gray squirrels are just the most common. Fox squirrels just bigger, a lot bigger. Gray squirrels or red squirrels are just even smaller and louder. But yeah, gray squirrel is amazing. I love them. You know, their skins are great, but they're such a small animal. You would think they'd have these little thin skins. Their skin is tough. Like their whole bodies are like tough, wiry, muscular. They're the acrobats of the forests. They really are the masters of the forest, right? Like they are just solid muscle like this. So their whole bodies are tough, wiry. Like their skins are tough. Like these aren't thin, supple little skins. You know, like the best I ever, like this is as supple as I can ever get. They don't get any more supple than this. And they have to, I mean, can these things, softening them down? God, I'm like wrestling with these things, like with all my strength. You know, just they really, in order to be able to tan them into leather. Their furs are great in the winter. Sometimes they can be thick. And then, you know, I use the hair off. They're fantastic too because they're so strong. So that's probably a million. But I mean, I use them. I experiment with tanning plants all over the southeast. Whenever I'm experimenting with a new plant for tanning, you know, I do a squirrel before I'm going to do a whole deer or something. I get to experiment with all different color leathers. You can make a whole wallet out of the leather. The leather's really, really nice, but it's a lot of work. So they're actually like, it's crazy how much work it can be to skin a squirrel if you're trying to keep the skin intact. You know, in a lot of hunting culture, it's popular to just cut a slit along the back. There's different ways people will do it, but just sort of like almost like cut a slit in the skin and just kind of like tear it off like an envelope. And it's quicker and easier to get to the meat, but then you ruin the hide. So if you're obsessed with hides like me, it's like ridiculous work to get it all off. It's like tough. And then squirrel meat is tough, unless it's a really, really young squirrel, which will be tender. It's nice. It's full grown or old. Like their meat is tough. But light, like no fat, light meat, pretty mild tasting, delicious. Yeah, anyone who likes meat would not disagree with it. It's really nice. It's just a matter of getting it tender. It's really the thing with squirrels. Even their organs are nice. Like their livers and kidneys are mild. They just like throw them in a pan with scrambled eggs. Yeah, so it's really about getting them tender, which to me is like slow cooking. You like put a few squirrels or something in a slow cooker with water. And then you like pick all the meat. Like when you're eating squirrel, it's like you can't go fast. Like little teeny bones. You can't rush, or you get like a little bone in your throat. So it's like, yeah, so like one squirrel is like a meal and a half worth for me. There's a lot of meat on them. And that's really good meat. But if you hang it just right, you just steam it for 10 minutes and then it's tender and it comes off the bone and the meat is almost darker that way. It just gets good. If you can't hang it or if it's still tough, just slow cook it. It's good. And delicious. And you know, I'm not a person who uses heads all the time, and you know, you can use brains for tanning if you want to. I end up using eggs more often. But you know, you can just put heads in a slow cooker, in a stew, whether it's a squirrel or a groundhog or something. You just add that to your broth, like all the fats and stuff from the head, all these good tissues and heads. It's really helpful. They just help create such a fantastic, rich broth. You don't have to go through the grossness of like eating a brain, you know? You just like, it's just like all the goodness goes into your broth. I mean, heads make such great broth. Of any animal, like sheep head broth. Oh,
And your family would never know.
They would never know. They'd just be like, wow, your soup is so good.
That's right.
I used to have a friend here, a farmer friend, and she would make chicken feet stock, which is like you have this many chicken feet and you like slow cook it for like 2 or 3 days. She did a long time. And the broth is so dark and it's so delicious. And she would use that broth, and you know, it's a Chinese thing. Chinese recipes, but she would use that broth in all kinds of soups. And we'd always be like, this is the most delicious soup in the entire world. Like, this is the richest, best tasting broth ever. She'd be like, yeah, chicken feet. You don't have to tell them. Yeah. Yeah, fabulous to tan. They're so easy to save their feet. You just break off their feet and they just dry in a few days, and it's wonderful for jewelry or little totems or get closer to them. It's pretty easy to dry feet. Here's some little girl.
Oh, groundhog feetsies over here. Groundhog feetsies.
No, they would have been bigger. They shrink and they dry. You know. Some just whole tails. Sometimes I do that. Oh, here's a little bag. You know, squirrel. So precious. Okay, so squirrels I never turn down a squirrel. Even if they're so mangled, sometimes I will just save the skin. Like if it's just mangled and falling apart. Sometimes they get hit and like the whole head is just everything's falling apart. I'll just use the hide. I love the hide and the meat equally.
And the foxes.
City red foxes or gray foxes here on the East Coast. Sometimes their coloring can be pretty similar, oddly. There's a gray fox in here somewhere. And foxes are like the best fur hide around. The best fur hides that I personally ever get to work with are foxes. Yeah, so there's gray fox. There's different colors there in the gray fox. Black tip tail. Amazing. Yeah, so foxes. Typically they're extremely lean, but like we were processing 2 foxes the other day. Holy fuck, those were fatty foxes. I couldn't believe it. Like both of them in different, like they weren't hit next to each other. They were half an hour apart. They had so much greasy fat scraping off of those hides. It's like, what the fuck have you guys been eating? So, you know, sometimes it varies. And, you know, like it's similar for a coyote. It's just like a bigger version of a fox. Kind of when you are in there, pretty similar. Sometimes they can be fatty, greasy, and sometimes really lean. Just a lot of variation where you are.
Is there something that would cause an animal to increase the amount of fat intake they're having that would cause it to store more and have more?
Just how much they're eating.
Winter.
How much they're eating and what they're eating.
Suburban foxes. Doritos.
I mean, it's like rabbits. Like rabbit species, as a species, they don't naturally carry fat. They're not really supposed to. It's not part of their biology. But when people raise domestic rabbits are a European species of rabbit, but if the rabbits just have food all day long, even if they're outside and can run around and stuff, domestic rabbits can build up an enormous amount of fat in them. So like some raisers who kind of give them the amount of food you're supposed to, the domestic rabbits will have not a speck of fat on them, a lot like a wild rabbit. And then some who just kind of give them food all day long and they just have endless food, even though it's not high fat food, it's just alfalfa. Can have, like, I'll be skinning those. I have worked so many domestic rabbit hides from different raisers who were pretty cush with their rabbits. And I'm just pulling off hunks of fat from rabbit hide, enough that I'm rendering rabbit fat pretty consistently. So it's how much food they have, how much access to food they have. Yeah. Foxes. Yeah, their skins are thin, supple. They tan beautifully. They're a pleasure to tan. You know, it's like it doesn't get any more. You know, like there's no nicer hide. It's just like physical comfort and emotional comfort. Like wonderful hides. They're a lot of work. Every hide is a lot of work, but you know they're floppy. They can get floppy. They're thin. They don't have like thick necks like a raccoon. It's just kind of the same all over. Some of the warmest fur. Really nice to work with. The meat is very dark and very pungent is the polite way to say it. You know, which is what we got here. It's just strong. They just have strong smells. You know, it's got a funk. So I can't say it's a meat that I enjoy. I will certainly eat fox. The younger the animal, the more mild it is. But you know, if you salt brine it, slow cook it or something, it's not as strong tasting as you would think. You can get it to be perfectly palatable and agreeable to most people. Yeah, if I just like the things that I'm talking about, hanging, salt brining, slow cooking. Yeah, fabulous fur. I don't encounter many foxes in other areas of the southeast. Here in Baltimore County, I see more foxes than anywhere else I've ever ventured. I just love it here, and they get hit, oh my god, all the time. Oh yeah. They're wonderful. And their tails are just amazing. Fox tails are amazing. I don't know, maybe I'll pass it out. I don't know what you guys know what a fox is, but okay, it's a funny little shrunken head. But yeah, but just the amazing fur difference between this guy was so little, the gray fox and a red fox. And they're you know, I tend to burn off tips of, because I wear him every day a year, and I'm cooking over fire propane at least once a year. I lean too far, like I lose another inch of the tail. But originally there would be a white tip on the red fox. The red foxes usually always have a white tip, and the gray foxes don't. They have black tips. So even sometimes their coloring can be a little more similar, but as far as I know, that tail tip thing is consistent.
I think I'm gonna need to take my leave now.
Oh my god,
Great
it is
meeting
too
everybody.
This workshop has been wonderful.
Okay, hopefully we'll have a recording for you. It's all right. It's all right.
That will be edited out.
How did you fail?
Is this your pen?
Thanks.
Thanks, Chris, for hosting.
You won't have missed much, and hopefully we'll have a recording for you.
All right.
You are missing the flesh-eating bacteria at the end.
Oh.
Forget it.
Yeah, got it. Thanks a lot.
So much material here. Okay, how are we doing? Glazing over. So much. White-tailed deer, obviously, they're all over the place. Like, everything about them is wonderful. You know, white-tailed deer and wild rabbit, probably like the best, most wonderful meats for anyone, no matter who you are. Delicious. So, yeah, just so much variation. Like, deer can be, even just a whitetail, can be very tiny or enormous in size. Their hides can be extremely thin, all the way to like, almost like little cow, like big bucks. I've worked with big buck hides that have been so thick, they've just destroyed me. So much variation. You know, their fat is hard and white like grass eaters, so they're never greasy skins. They're easy to process. They're a joy to process. Sometimes they have nice fat stores. It's like hard white plastic. You just pull it off and you can render it. Sometimes they have no fat. The meat is red meat venison, you know. Sometimes on older bucks it can be pretty pungent and gamey, and on younger animals and does, more mild. Yeah, and you know, certain parts are tender and certain parts are tough. You know, those loins are really tender and prime. Some people shoot deers and they just take the loins and they leave the rest, which I think is crazy. Most of the rest of the parts of a deer are pretty tough, and I love stews and roasts and slow cooks. Yeah, so much of my life is dedicated to the white-tailed deers. It's ridiculous. Their bones, their leg bones, all the bones in the legs, front and back, are really what I use for all my bone tool making. They're fantastic, dense, hard, beautiful bones, great for tools and for making anything. They're amazing. Their sinew, really, I really only use the sinew from deer for sewing because it's nice and big. So if you're cutting out loins, there'd be these strips of thin white fibers that run along the back. It's almost like these just greasy white, if you've ever bought or had anyone given you a deer loin, a loin piece of meat, sometimes the sinew is still on the back of it. They haven't peeled off, it's like white. You just peel all that off, nice long piece, dry it, and that's the, you know, fantastic sewing. It's thread, if you looked at this bag, all the stitching in this is deer sinew. It's almost invisible. It's like dental floss, but really fine. You just sew with a needle. It's fantastic. I don't know if anybody wants to look at the sinew again. Yeah, it's an amazing material. There is thinner, shorter sinew in the Achilles tendon, but it's so short that I don't really like it for sewing. Yeah, gosh, you could use the brain for brain tanning or not, or use something else. You can tan the hides in all different kinds of ways. I know a lot of people who even save. I've tried removing hooves. I need someone to give me a lesson in that. People who remove the hooves and either make rattles or things out of them or make jello, like a gelatin. People even skin these lower legs. I guess they're called the hocks. Make things out of them. Every single part of the deer is amazing. I know people who are really skilled at tanning. Actually, one person really skilled at tanning the stomach, which is very difficult. Just like I just spend a whole day just talking, just worshiping white-tailed deer.
Victoria, from the bone class, I'm trying to remember if their marrow, you mentioned, I feel like you said that they can have a decent amount of marrow in them.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, deer bones, you can just like break them open, just smash them when they're fresh, and you get, it's almost like crab meat inside. You know, you're crushing crab, like getting out the hunk of crab meat. It's a lot like that actually. And some, depending on which bone it is, sometimes it's light pink, kind of buttery. It's really fatty. And some of them are dark red, and they almost look like liver meat. A lot of times if you just put the bones in the stews, the kind of the goodness from the marrow just goes into the stew and the broth. You can smash them, and I usually, if I'm gonna eat the marrow that way, I usually like throw it into a pan in a stir fry, and it just gets cooked in with other stuff. You can eat it raw, that's your thing.
Wait, what did the person tan the stomach for? What did you use that for?
She's Tatterhawk. She's in the Pacific Northwest. She was trying at it for years. It's really difficult. She's one of my long distance tanner friends. I was like, oh, I don't know. And I was trying to send her what Miles Olson wrote about, and she tried it. And it took her a few years, and now she's really good at it. She does them a lot. But they make like these little pouches. They're small. Mm-hmm. It's like these leathery pouches that are really unique looking. An opening on the top. Yeah, like a little bag. For water. They're really lovely.
Could you carry liquid in it or something?
The ones that she does, that they do are flexible. They look very leather-like, whereas the ones that Miles Olson does are hard. They're dried into shape. I think it's very difficult to get them supple without them just breaking and disintegrating. Definitely a skill, like a learning curve there.
Yeah, interesting.
Black bear, I'm such a black bear worshiper. I'm just like, after living in the North Carolina mountains, like, oh God, eating so much black bear and rendering piles of bear fat all the time with all the people that I love. Just gallons and gallons and gallons and gallons of bear fat, the most beautiful food substance on earth to me.
I make a salve out of bear fat. It's the first aid cream. And I use to get
to make a salve?
grease out of it.
Looks
Yeah.
way down.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Nice. Yeah, bear do get hit occasionally. Bear fat is one of those few very fatty wild meats. It's really like bear, wild hogs, wild boar are really the main fatty animals on the East Coast. It's very, very fatty. Lots, so much fat. Like you could really, your whole family, your whole village could survive. That could be your fat source for a whole year. Like it can sustain you. It's that much fat. And the meat is dark and rich. It's like, wow, it's one of my favorite meats ever. Slow cooked. It's just like dark and fatty and rich. Like I like. Because they're so fatty, it's almost like a giant raccoon, And I haven't personally tanned a black bear hide. I've just lived and been around with people who are working with the black bear every single day, tanning them next to me, day in and day out. I wouldn't want to tan one unless I had nothing else to do, unless I could give it 600% of my focus, because they are tough, difficult to hide skin because they're so greasy. You have to get all that grease out to tan a hide well. They're big and they're tough leather. They're tough, like a big raccoon. I think they're actually related. Look into that. Yeah, tough skins. I have a friend, Asa, mentioning him later. He even did. Sometimes people take the hair off the black bear down there in the mountains, and he made a beautiful pair of boots out of beautiful boots, like well stitched. I mean, gorgeous, tough, like work boots out of bear leather. Really extraordinary, tough, tight, beautiful leather. Yeah, and just so much fat. I mean, even if if you can get in touch with taxidermists who do black bear, they will throw out this much fat for every black bear. You're taxidermying, so something you need to get 50 pounds of free black bear fat from a taxidermist and just render it. And the fat it's not sticky like pig fat. It's delicious. It's sweet. So the only wild fats I've used in great enough abundance to use in hides, like every time I'm tanning deer hides like this, I might need at least a pint of fat to go into this hide to make this leather. So it's a lot of fat. Right? I like to use local fats as much as I can. So of all wild fat, animal fats, bear fat is the nicest in hides because it doesn't get sticky and tacky. It just soaks in, just like olive oil or something. I don't know what this was tanned with, but yeah, these big hides, they take at least a pint, quart. I'm talking about a quart, this much, that size jar of fat at least. It's a lot. You go through a lot, and that's like the non-food grade fat. Like you eat the good stuff, anything that's bloody or like burned. If you burn the bottom of your rendering your fats. I don't know if people want to look at that or not.
Didn't you say you have to get all the grease out of the bear fur, bear skin, but then you put it back in a different hide?
It's funny.
It sounds obnoxious. You think that's funny? Why is that way?
You've got to take raw fat out of the skin and you got to put rendered fat back in the skin. Because natural tanning is masochistic.
Okay.
That's why. Just 100 hours of 100 million tasks. It is a
It won't
masochistic
take
form.
the tanning solution, correct? If it's like got fat in it already.
It's like if you think of skin is made up of protein fibers as well. All those fibers, if they're coated in fat, you can't get to the fibers.
Yeah.
So a tannin solution from bark can't penetrate into the fibers. An egg yolk solution or brain solution can't get in there. It's just this greasy barrier coating all the fibers.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do. So you have to get them squeaky clean as much as you can to be able to work with them. But it works. Natural tanning I think it's wonderful. Groundhog, I think this is the last one. Groundhogs, they're everywhere. I haven't actually processed many groundhogs, so they're common. They're great. Their skin tends to be pretty thick and tough, I find, but depends on age. Their hair is pretty, but it's kind of rough. I don't find it to be very so one I need to soften one. It's been ready to soften for a while. I just tanned one hair on this fall, but it was young, so it was soft. They tend to be kind of fatty, I find. Depends. Kind of darkish meat. Not too much to say about them. It's just like stew meat. Like kind of a darkish, nice stew meat. Whistle pigs, people call them. But yeah, great animals to process, to eat. For hide. I think they make nice hair off leather too. I just mentioned snakes and there's other things, there's so many other animals, but I do see snakes often enough hit by cars. It's worth it. For a snake to be worth your while, it's gotta be something fairly big. But sometimes, a lot of times you see the black snake, like the black rat snakes will unfortunately get hit. These have to be pretty big. Or the water snakes, like the eastern banded water snakes, not the cottontail, but they're the large. They look like, that might actually be one. Kind of large, and they have these faint reddish kind of bands, markings on them. They just like to hang out. Sometimes they'll get hit, and it's like there's not a lot of meat on a snake, but they're fast and they're easy to process. Because you just kind of find it's like an anus, but it's really the all-purpose orifice. It's like a fish, or a lot like a fish or like an eel. You just like cut a little slit, go in the hole, cut a little slit, and there's just like just like a fish, like a teeny bit of guts to just pull out. The skin just pulls right off. You're done. It's like getting a fish. It's just like so easy to tan the skin. And you can just like cut it up whole and just like eel or something, just like throw it in a pan and with fat. There's not a lot on them. It's kind of white, mild meat, and it's tough. You just like take it and like use your teeth, like take a little section and like use your teeth to kind of just like scrape it off the ribs.
The artichoke on roadkill.
Yeah, like an artichoke. Like that. Exactly like that. I was eating some snake. I'm always collecting all the little critters. I'm always cooking them for other people who are around me. I was with that crew of people at that North Carolina. And so I had just a little plate of snake. Everybody had a little piece. And afterwards at dinner, like one friend, she just starts going like, just kind of feel like squirming and wiggling, and everybody's just like doing this, and everybody's just like, I just kind of feel snaky. Like everybody's just like, whoa, like having a little bit of altered state. There's like a weird, like the snaky spirit or something. It's very real. It's definitely an experience that you just like feel like, whoa, I'm in like snake world. Pretty wonderful. If you just, you want to be careful if a snake eats things that eat rodents around urban areas, or when rodents are poisoned by rat poison, snakes will eat them and die too. So just one thing to keep in mind. If you have like a snake that's just like seems dead for no reason around a house, it might have rat poison in it. So just do ones that get hit by cars. All right, we're really right at the end here. So we'll crystallize your learning here. Okay, so here's a story. Jan Joers, which is this man right here, Belgian man, like the similar time period as Juliet, 40s, 30s, 40s, 50s. As a boy, he kind of went off with this family of gypsies who were a horse trading family, and lived on and off with them for many, many years. And he became a gypsy himself. I think they called it compagnia of gypsies. And he ended up moving to the United States, moving to New York as an adult, and became this famous artist. And in World War II, before that, he really joined, did some pretty badass shit. He joined the resistance, and he got arrested by the Nazis, and he was put in a concentration camp. He was tortured, and he really did some badass shit, trying to protect the gypsies and fight against the Nazis. And he wrote about his life with the gypsies, and some of the most influential writings I've ever read in my life when I was younger. So one story, so this particular family group, were heavy meat eaters. And just irreverent. These are people who just don't live inside the box. So direct account, story of Jan Joers. They were in one particular village. So there had been terrible fires that had gone through this village. Terrible fires, and all the peasants and the farmers, all their livestock was dead in the fields, burned. Everyone was upset. Everyone, of course, blamed the gypsies. Every time gypsies would come through the area, the villagers just kind of like, oh, they just bring all the bad energy and they steal the chickens and anything bad that happens, blame it on the gypsies. So, tensions are already high. The gypsies are coming through the village. Now, tensions are bad. So Jan Joers and his gypsy brother, they kind of put on some different clothes, some nice clothes, and they go into the village and, just act like they're locals from another town. And they meet some peasant farmer, you know, who's looking out over his field, and he has all these hogs dead in his field, starting to bloat in the sun. And Jan and his brother, they kind of strike up a conversation with them, and they're like, oh, so terrible, so sad, what a shame. Like, hey, you know, I have a brother-in-law in the next town over who raises hounds, and, you know, he could really put that meat to use, at least, for raising the dogs. And oh, what a shame for all this meat to go bad. And oh, you poor farmer, you must have loved your pig, you know, just like schmoozing him up for half an hour or more, just really talking him down until the end. The farmer's like, oh, just take the pigs, yeah, just take him. You know, he's heartbroken, he's heart sick, and he's also just, he doesn't want to process his pigs. And the pigs are bloating in the field, and so Jan and his brother, they take the cart and they, you know, take these dead, bloated in the field hogs back to camp, and that whole family group feast for a week on those pigs, just feast. And they have these, you know, big bonfires and just cooking around the clock. And that story might sound a little bit like, what the hell is eating these big rotten animals? But based on kind of everything talked about, it kind of becomes a more believable story, right? There could be anything wrong with those animals, right? If they're starting to bloat, you know, their guts are probably fermenting and everything like that. All the meat on them is good. These are people that are used to eating strong tasting meats, wild meats. There's no problem whatsoever. It's pretty fantastic, right? So that story is told as true. I believe it to be true. Alright, here's my only really super cautionary first-hand account warnings. Asa's thumb. He's gonna kill me if he ever sees this recording. I put his picture in there. There's Isa. Joking picture of Isa. Chestnut Hill. Asa, like many of my friends there, is a very skilled, amazing tanner and butcher and cook and blacksmith. So this happened to him and another friend of mine up there. I've known a handful of people this has happened to in North Carolina who work a lot with hides. And Asa almost lost his finger, almost lost his hand, and so did my friend Eden, and by flesh-eating bacteria. It's a thing that actually happens, and it's real. And it sounds terrible, and it's really something to be aware of. So this is by working with hides. So mostly it happens when people are working with deer hides, especially when they're getting a bunch of deer hides from a processor, a butcher. They're throwing them out. Deer hides aren't necessarily very fresh. You know, they could have all just been in a barrel or in a bag. Air pockets in there, you know, not even breathing. And they're starting to kind of age, you know, in there. There's bacterial growth happening in there. Maybe they're scraping the hides when the hides aren't necessarily super fresh. I've known this to happen to folks who have scraped foul-smelling, rotting hides. They've also known this to happen to someone who's scraping a hide that didn't really smell bad yet. But it all seems to be hides that like came from a butcher, where like just these hides were stored, crumpled up, and just like a big bag or barrel probably. And must have had some cut or opening on their hand, you know, using these hides. And bacteria, that kind of flesh-eating bacteria that grows on skin, when these skins are starting to rot, it's flesh-eating bacteria. That's what it does. It decomposes flesh. If it gets in your skin, it's going to do the exact same thing as it's doing in the deer hide. Right? So what happens is, you know, people's fingers will swell up, get very red, and just swell and be huge. And it'll just get worse and worse. You know, if it goes on, you get blood poisoning, you die. You're dead. You have to have a part of your body amputated. So it's a big deal. You gotta go to the emergency room. You need like serious antibiotics. You need some serious intervention. So it's not something to mess around with. You know, when I think the one occasion that I have processed extremely foul, rotten deer hides, like a freezer went bad, a freezer went out full of deer hides, wasn't mine. And you like open the bags, like they smell to high heaven, like these hides are rotting. And I was up for processing some It's like the only time, or the first time, I bought those rubber gloves that went up to here, and the only way I touched those hides was with the rubber gloves and tanning them. And then even afterwards, I'm like washing and alcoholing my whole body. You know, it was fine. I came out of it just fine. Tanned some nice hides. But it's risky, and it's a lot more work when you're dealing with hides and animals that are more rotten and more far gone. It's more work to do it. It's more work salvaging hides that are more far gone. So just a word of caution: flesh-eating bacteria in your skin is a real thing. Known people this has happened to. And then this is probably the last topic, called the bison, and this is more on the non-physical category. And this is a story of another tanner friend of mine that he told me. I've heard it from other people as well, other people that dedicate a lot of their time in life to working with hides and animal parts naturally in these old-fashioned traditional methods. So my friend was out west. He was, I don't know if this was in the Pacific Northwest or he was down in New Mexico, and running a tannery, and was going with the head guy at the tannery to a local bison farm because they were going to slaughter a bison, and the farm was going to slaughter a bison. So, you know, my friend, they went, you know, they're like, okay, well, you know, we'll be there to take the hide. You know, from what he told me, from what I remember, it was just a really bad experience. And like the people at the farm, I can't remember quite what they did, but it just like went on way too long. The animal got really scared, ended up being in a lot of pain. It was just a bad slaughtering, just a terrible situation. And my friend was really shaken up about it. He was just like, well, what the fuck? But he didn't, at the time, didn't feel like he wanted to tell the people what to do. So it just sounds like a hard situation. I think they do end up taking the hide back to the tannery. And then I think that night, you know, my friend, you know, told me he dreamt of the bison, like came to him that night. I can't remember if he said it was, you know, he was enormous. I can't remember if he said it was green or purple. But basically he said he spent an entire night with this gigantic green or purple bison just screaming at him for an entire night, just screaming and screaming and screaming. And you know, his nerves were fried before that, I think, and after that, you know, he was a mess, I'm sure. And you know, I've heard very similar stories from other people. I have another friend who was traveling out west doing Sundance stuff and came upon a bird. I think it was an owl. I was always really excited about bird medicine stuff and feathers and owls. Took the wings, and left the rest. Took the wings and traveled with them and dried them, you know, and then dreamt about this owl, this like wingless owl, trying to walk towards him and following him and like asking for its wings back, and just being like, oh my god, horrified. Before I had ever listened to any of these other stories from friends of mine, other tanners, I had one year. Several years into tanning. It was the first year I just wasn't spending as much time listening to each body before I was dismembering it. I don't know, something just flew out of my mind. Like fall started and I processed 2 animals and I just wasn't really there with them. I didn't do the weird little rituals that I usually do. And I started having nightmares. I had nightmares about black bears without their skins coming back to life after I had skinned them in horrific pain. And these wolf-like creatures, big wolf-like, but with ringed tails, almost like a raccoon, skinless, coming back to life after they had been skinned. And I could just tell they were, the red, sinewy faces without their skin. I could feel like they were in so much pain because they had taken their skins off, you know, and they were mad, and one of them like ended up trying to went after a hunter and killed them. I mean, they were intense. They were really intense. And I really had to sort of come back around, and that was the winter. That was the winter I ended up coming to this plant. This plant became a part of my life ever since, working with dead animals. So I harvest enormous amounts of it every fall. It's called Life Everlasting, or rabbit tobacco, and I harvest it in its dead form after it's already died in the fields. And I give a lot of it to every single animal and every single hide. It's been a part of my process because I don't connect to tobacco. And that's just, it was my own path and my own journey. So I only say that to say don't be surprised. Don't necessarily expect it, but don't find it unusual if you ever encounter experiences like that. I find them to be extraordinarily common the more I listen to people and talk to people who are close to the animals in this way. So I do find that it's worth it to slow down and take as much time as you instinctually feel called to. I'm ever like rushing through a hide or rushing, be like, oh, I just don't have time. Like the hide never turns out well. The meat rots, things go wrong, you know. So this stuff is a lot of work. It takes a lot of time and attention, but yeah, it's unavoidable. This involves a lot of death work. Like this kind of stuff involves a lot of death work, which can be heavy material. Yeah, but it fits me. What can I say? Yeah, and it's not necessarily like, oh, do this ritual or that. I don't do that myself. I believe in doing the ways that feel authentic to you. For me, a lot of that is just like being so close. It's like an animal might look so scary or gross when it's dead, or like its eyeballs falling out and its brain is smashed and its tooth is hanging out, and you're like, oh God. But just to not be afraid to hold the animal. I use touch a lot, just like bodily closeness or holding. It's just kind of how I connect and I sink in, and touch is what helps me listen a lot. So I spend a lot of time just touching all the muscles and doing a lot of holding. Yeah, and last little, tidbit. Armadillos are all over the southeast. They're not as much up here. But as soon as you get like coastal, like South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, they're really common. They're just as common as raccoons. And they're all over the roadsides because they're just like little bowling balls, I think. Like they just don't move very fast and they just get hit. Just like they're just everywhere on the roads. Like, oh God. And if you tell someone, oh, just mention armadillos or eating armadillos, overwhelmingly common belief is like armadillos carry leprosy. If you touch an armadillo or eat an armadillo, you'll get leprosy. This is just this all-pervading, strong belief. And maybe there is an armadillo out there somewhere that has been found to carry leprosy. I think there's been no proof that even if they do, that it can be transferred to humans. I have eaten, armadillo is a southern, have been traditionally eaten as a southern wild meat forever, I've eaten armadillo, I've handled armadillo. I just don't tolerate that bias against armadillos. But yeah, they're wonderful. I call them shell pigs, little shell pigs, because they're really just like a little pig inside of a shell. Like even if you get in there, their feet are kind of pig-like in a way, and like their skin and hairiness is very pig-like, and they're meat too, like fatty, light meat. It's a lot like pork. Kind of tender too. It's really nice meat. And they're real sweeties. They're really adorable to watch. They're all over. All right, so why the hell does all of this stuff matter that nobody does nowadays? So here's why I think it matters. A basic understanding of how to keep food and how to process animals and all of their other parts. This has been the lineage and the right of all human beings on Earth for the entire story of humanity, 40,000 years plus. And this is something that was common knowledge just up until maybe 2 generations ago, right? So it's important to remember when electricity first came about, people weren't really interested, especially in rural areas. Farmers, advertising was happening. It's a new great thing, electricity. And people weren't buying it. They were didn't get what it was. So there had to be this huge advertising initiative by the electricity companies at the time to try to convince farmers to convert to electricity because they just didn't feel like they had a need. There's even some, so there's just like, there's so many old vintage advertisements like this, they're all over the place that are like, you know, like electricity will set you free. If you're a slave to the home, if your day is one long succession of dreary tasks from which the only ease is the sleep of utter weariness, if you sometimes pause in your work to dream of green fields and running water, of waves washing on the sunny shore, blah, 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 blah. If you long for the leisure to live, if you yearn for freedom from unending work, electricity will set you free. Electricity will do the work of your home under your direction. And for a lot of the rural communities, a lot of the advertising was a lot of put electricity to work for you. Like, you work so hard, you do so much. Put electricity to work for you. It will wash your clothes. It will do your dishes. You deserve it. Like, you work hard. Put it to work for you. And it's so inexpensive that it's really negligible.
My friend's coming to pick me up. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Wish I could stay for the last few minutes.
You know, and then people kind of converted from wood burning stoves to, you know, electric stoves and things like that. And what's happened, you know, in just 1 or 2 generations? We don't know how to live without it. Really, nobody does, right? Don't know how to keep food otherwise. Certainly don't know how to keep meat more than anything else. And yeah, like, refrigerators and freezers and all this stuff, they're freaking useful. They're so convenient. But then what happens? They always go out. You know, I can't, oh my gosh, I can't even say like how many freezers during the winter or farms. Electricity goes out, food goes bad.
How many storms we've had, I mean.
Yeah. And the thing is, so like, use all the tools available to you as much as you want is what I recommend. The thing is, when you don't have knowledge, like when we stop understanding how to do something, especially when we stop understanding our own food, when we stop understanding the immediate animals that live around us in our homeland, the place where we live, then restrictive choice. We have no choices because we essentially become slaves to, like, oh God, everything is gonna kill us. All the other meat is gonna kill us, except for the one perfect meat they sell us at the grocery store, and we have to buy that, right? Just the more knowledge you have, right? So for one, you can adapt. You know, like when I've lived off grid so much, like, you know, we could be like snowed in, iced in for 2 weeks, can't get on and off the mountain. I don't give a shit. Like, nothing changes. Like, the entire mountain could be without electricity. I'm just like, nothing changes about life, and life is fine. It's not really very different. You know, it's like we'll have propane, the whole mountain flows water. Even if the, you know, cistern freezes up, you just walk to the spring and you got your water, and like, all the meat is hanging anyway, or it's canned. All our fat is rendered. All our lanterns are lantern fuel. The whole mountain's full of wood. Put in the wood stoves. Like, it's like life doesn't change. It's just like, whatever, if we're snowed in for a month, don't really give a shit. And that's very different compared to the, you know, the fear that can happen. You're like, oh God, we don't know, we can't do anything. We don't have lights. We don't have food. Everything's going bad. Right, so the more knowledge that you have, right, if at least it's taught, passed down, you use it, teach it to the people after you. You have more choices. The more knowledge you have, the less able you are to be controlled. I find value in that as a human being. Something important to me. Yeah, and you can help others. If you have like simple skills, when shit goes down in any way or form, even just the power goes out, or you don't have room, your friend doesn't have room in their freezer for the meat, you know what to do. You can help that person. In a simple way, in a really big deal way. To me, the last one is like your ancestors. Like, to me, I feel like I owe it to my ancestors. Like, all the human beings from all the different places on Earth that worked so hard and lived as human beings to learn what they learn and carry down lineages of knowledge and ways of living. And like, that's, to me, I feel like that's something that should be in our bones, something we deserve as human being in our bones, is the right and the knowledge of how to live on land where we are, in such a way that we know it intimately. Yeah, so, like, wherever you are, like our ancestors all over the place, all over the place. And people who have, and those that still do, live day in and day out with the animals and know the animals so well, know them like they know their own skin, right? To the extent that you can't separate them out, the people from the animals, So the Loara Compania of gypsies in Europe be the people of the horse and the hounds. The gypsies were known as the people of the horse and the hounds. The reindeer people of Siberia, their whole lives, wedded with the reindeer day in and day out. Inuits up in the north of North America, just all over the world. A million different examples I could have. These are the Wodabe of Niger, sub-Saharan Africa. Whole existence, those, historically, and those that may still be hanging on, whole existence basically depends on their cattle, this particular type of cattle, basically living off of their milk and meat for everything, really, for the majority of their food, for everything. The buffalo, all the different buffalo people of the plains, that's Mongolia. I guess that would be the people of the golden eagle. Just whether they're eating the animals or not. People who have such an old and close and deep relationship to certain species of animals. I think it makes us happier humans. I think it makes us more connected and happier and more free. So just a little bit of speckling. I'm gonna wrap up there for break and questions. Sorry guys, we went a lot longer than I thought we would.
Thank you. It was awesome.